From a rainy Wrigley Field, we are set for the Hyundai leadoff man on WGN Sports. Big four-game weekend series going into the All-Star break. The first-place Cardinals are in town. The Cubs come in third, 3.5 back in the National League Central. Hi again, everyone. I'm Len Casper. Welcome to the Hyundai leadoff man. You see the tarp is on the infield behind me. We are told it'll be at least a brief rain delay, hopefully nothing more than that, and we do expect some more rain later on in the afternoon. But assuming we do get this one in today, it's the start of a very important series. The Cubs are only one game back in the loss column behind the Cardinals, but 3.5 out because the Cardinals have 6 more wins. So a big span of possibilities. The Cubs could end this weekend a half game up in first place, or possibly 7.5 out, depending on how it plays out. And the Cardinals have been good against the Cubs this season, winning 6 of the 9 games, including 5 of 6 at Busch Stadium. This is the final series these two clubs will play here at Wrigley Field. And let's hear from the Cubs shortstop Ryan Theriot on the importance of this weekend.
I mean, for sure, this is a big series for us. You want to win some games and put yourself in a better spot going into the break. But in the same breath, we still have a lot of baseball to play. So, we haven't dug ourselves a huge hole. We have a chance here at the end of the first half to put ourselves right where we want to be, right where we had envisioned we would be beginning of the season. So, I guess the answer to that question is yes and yes. It is a big series, and yeah, there's still a lot of work to do.
And they'll have to do it without their starting catcher. Giovanni Soto will end up on the disabled list with the strained oblique, so the Cubs will play a little bit short today and make a roster move tomorrow. We'll be back with more in a moment. But first, as we go to break, let's look at today's Hyundai dealer of the game, Rogers Hyundai, right here in Chicago. We'll be back.
The Hyundai Leadoff Man, brought to you in part by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. And by your Chicago Hyundai dealers. Always a home run with America's best warranty. And now, Hyundai Assurance.
That's one monster case of athlete's foot. Hit that with Tough Actin Tenactin. It gets rid of your athlete's foot.
And now try Tenactin Chill. Cools the burn, relieves the itch of athlete's foot. Get Tough Actin Tenactin.
Kellogg's has always made waking up to breakfast delicious. Now we're making it more affordable. With 5 $1 off coupons in specially marked boxes of cereal. Wake up to breakfast on Kellogg's. The best to you each morning.
It basically took me the whole summer. And I don't know how many times I needed to go to AutoZone, but at least now when I go, it's not on my bike.
When Domino's American Legends were created with 6 famous regional tastes, we had no idea the feud that would ensue.
Our Cali chicken goes big with smoked bacon and creamy white sauce. Chump.
Whatever. Y'all can't touch this Memphis barbecue chicken with tangy sauce and this cheddar crust.
Well, you best get ready for your provolone beatdown.
Please, how about we put some South in your mouth?
This Cali's gonna crush you, barbecue eat.
Smog breathing,
sweet tea sipping,
stuck in traffic.
Country bumpkin.
You got nothing on this.
Domino's American Legends. 6 famous regional tastes, each with a cheesy crust. You decide the best of the best.
I'll take care of it. When you have to send money fast, why pay more? It's just $11 with MoneyGram at Walmart. Anywhere in the U.S., and the money arrives in minutes. Just $11.
Save money. Live better. Walmart.
Roundup Extended Control does 2 jobs at once. 1. Kills weeds to the root. 2. Forms a barrier, preventing new ones for up to 4 months. Roundup Extended Control.
Well, we continue to battle this lousy summer weather here in Chicago. Mild temperatures, overcast and rainy, but we hope to get this one going here very quickly. Time now to see who's in the zone, brought to you by AutoZone. Ramos Ramirez back off the DL this week. The 3rd most RBIs in the entire major leagues in the month of July, going back to 2005. That's who's in the zone, brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone AutoZone. And now a guy who definitely was in the zone, a career 364 postseason hitter, 80 RBIs for the 1984 Eastern Division champion Cubs, 106 the next year. Of course, Keith Moreland. Keith filling in this weekend for my partner, Bob Brenly. Great to have you with us here.
It's great to be here. There's no question. It's always good to come to Chicago and see the Cardinals especially. That's a huge series, and obviously it means so much here coming into the break and where the Cubs are. They've worked so hard to get back to 500 on the season, and you've got yourself in a situation, if you can take 3 out of 4 over the course of this weekend, you're right in the hunt in the second half.
Well, the atmosphere will be tremendous here this weekend. You're very familiar with this ballpark. Wind blowing out. You saw the planes flying overhead and some highlights from your career, and the lights are on at about 105. That's something you were not used to.
No, you're not used to seeing any lights when I played here. You go back each and every day. Wrigley plays so different. And on today, we're going to have some rain here early. I don't think it'll delay the whole ball game, but the wind is blowing out. It's going to be an offensive day. We have a starting matchup with 2 pitchers that don't give up a lot of balls to leave the ballpark, but most of these balls that you see on screen right now, the wind was blowing out at Wrigley. There's no question.
And that one in San Francisco. Keith, obviously 84 has to stand out for you in terms of your Cubs career highlight.
Oh, there's no question. You know, I came here first. We were talking about it before the game. The first game I ever played in Wrigley as a Cub, there was 38,000 people. They had to shovel about 6 inches of snow off the ground. The next day, there were 1,300 here. So to be a part of a team that made the transition, and now it's the toughest ticket on the planet to get and to come back. And anytime I get to come into this ballpark, it gives you a little cold chills to come back and see Wrigley Field.
And to be in this broadcast booth where Harry Carey did it for so long.
Oh, there's no doubt. This is a great honor for me, and I want to thank everybody for letting me have that opportunity, and let's go win some ball games.
Sounds good. Keith Moreland with us today and Sunday for the noon start here on WGN Sports. We'll have the starting pitchers. Tweedy's not starting today, but we'll tell you who it is when we return.
Welcome to Progressive.com. You must be looking for motorcycle insurance.
You're good.
Thanks. So is our bike insurance. All the coverage you need at a great price.
Cool.
Hold on, cowboy. I'm not done. For less than $1 a month, you also get 24/7 roadside assistance.
Right on.
Yeah.
Sounds like you ride a 500.
More like a 900 V-twin.
Excuse me.
Well, you're excused.
The right insurance for your ride. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Kellogg's has always made waking up to breakfast delicious. Now we're making it more affordable. With 5 $1 off coupons in specially marked boxes of cereal. Wake up to breakfast on Kellogg's. The best to you each morning.
I don't have to tell you what athlete's foot is like. It's annoying. And you just want it gone. So I get rid of it with Lotrimin Ultra. It's so powerful it kills all major types of athlete's foot fungus. Nothing cures better. Lotrimin Ultra, the 1-week killer cure.
See you tomorrow, Steve.
Tony Stewart. Thank you, Tony.
Tony? Armor All wash, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare. And to clean your car while you shine, try Armor All Protect It.
Great choice. I don't know what that means, but if you were to lose your job for some reason, the Sears Buyer Protection Program would cover your purchase until you're working again or your appliance is paid off. You know, should you lose your job.
The Sears Buyer Protection Program. One more way we've got you covered when you use your Sears card. Come in now and save 15% on all appliances. Sears, life well spent.
The Hyundai Leadoff Man, brought to you in part by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. And by your Chicago Hyundai dealers. Always a home run with America's best warranty. And now, Hyundai Assurance.
Well, the Cubs started this homestand by taking 3 of 4 from the Milwaukee Brewers. Unfortunately, then dropped 2 of 3 against the Atlanta Braves, but another huge series this weekend. Again, it's the last time the Cardinals are at Wrigley Field during the regular campaign in 2009. Going to be a tough pitching matchup today as Chris Carpenter is going to get the start. He was originally slated to go tomorrow, but he'll pitch on normal rest. Brad Thompson will go tomorrow for the Cardinals instead. And Rich Harden has pitched well against St. Louis in his career, but he's looking to bounce back from his worst outing of the season as a member of the Cubs. So Carpenter and Harden from the ballpark. We will start under at least a slight delay, but we will have the Cardinals and the Cubs coming up on WGN Sports.
Any given time, this music is playing in a woman's head. Ready? And that the smallest conversation can just go so south. It's like, Owen, are you hungry, Owen? I'm like, no. She's like, where did you eat? I'm like, I ate at Wendy's. She's like, Wendy's? Who the hell is Wendy? I'm like,
America has some amazing dives, and we're going to take off in the plane, check out a bunch of them. The places, the vibe, the food. Join us, the crew of Skydives, as we fly into the heart of America to see and taste the country's most amazing food. If you have a favorite food joint, cool. Log in to WGNAmerica.com. Tell us about it.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Oh, come on in. I had some other things you could tell people about Geico. Great claim service and a 97% customer satisfaction rate show people really trust us.
Yeah, right. That makes sense.
Trust is key when talking about Geico. You got to feel it. Why don't you and I practice that with a little exercise where I fall backwards and you catch me?
No, sir. Honestly, I don't think...
No, we can do this.
Oh, dear.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The following is a presentation of WGN Sports.
Well, the Harry Carey statue out on Addison, one of the many stops before fans head into storied Wrigley Field, and we are set for Chicago Cubs baseball here on WGN Sports. The rain has kind of dominated the home schedule this season. We will start under a delay, but one of the great rivalries in all of sports will resume as the Cardinals are here to take on the Cubs in a 4-game series. And let's update the standings as we get started today. The Cardinals with a big series win over Milwaukee. The Cubs right now 3.5 out of first, but only 1 bag in the loss column. Hi again, everyone. Len Casper along with Keith Moreland, former Cub, filling in for my partner Bob Brenly, who's on assignment in the Midwest League this weekend. And Keith, anytime you play the St. Louis Cardinals, you have to find a way to retire Albert Pujols.
Well, there's no question about it. When you look at it, Albert Pujols has already been intentionally walked more than 30 times this season. He's got a chance to be intentionally walked more than anybody in history, including the 5 times that Barry Bonds has been to the All-Star break, walked as many times as Pujols has. But you just look at his numbers. 104 RBIs, the most for any active baseball player in Major League Baseball against the Cubs. Now, the Cubs have done a good job of keeping him under 300, but he still drives in a lot of runs and big runs for the Cardinals.
And he did yesterday, a game winner in Milwaukee. Great pitching matchup on paper today. Chris Carpenter and Rich Harden. And tell you, these guys can both show a lot of strikes and missed bats.
They do. They pound the strike zone. Obviously, with Carpenter, he's bounced back. He's been the guy for the Cardinals. He throws a lot of first pitch strikes. He has 4 pitches. That's unusual for any pitcher to have 4 pitches that he can compete with. His fastball, 93, 96 at times. And when you look at Rich Harden, great fastball changeup, has to dominate the strike zone early in counts to get hitters behind in the count. And when Rich gets ahead of them, he makes them swing at a lot of balls out of the strike zone.
Yeah, weird to see Rich with an ERA in the mid-5s, but he would like to improve upon that today in a very big matchup. Well, again, the weather is the story, as always, here at Wrigley Field. But we know Tom Skilling, chief meteorologist in the WGN Weather Center, is going to tell us exactly when we're going to get this started. Right, Tom?
Len and Keith, welcome to the weather office. You know, the weather will not be the story much longer. The back edge of the rain is literally over Wrigley Field at this moment. Here you can see the crowds gathering, and of course our weather bug sensor shows 67 at the moment at the ballpark. I'll show you exactly what I mean. See the back edge of the rain right here? There's Wrigley right there. So the last of the rains are moving across the area. The lightning has been staying to the south. That's never been a risk. But we'll animate this, and you'll see how the back edge of this is proceeding eastward. So, I mean, the end of the rain is literally imminent. And we expect some sun to break from the clouds and then a window without rain the rest of the afternoon. If storms reform, and there are big ones out in the western end of the state, they'll tend to flare tonight. I think probably mid and late the evening or later. So 9, 10 o'clock or later. So a nice break coming. And temperatures should rebound fast, so it'll be a warm, humid afternoon, and we ought to get into the 80s before the end of the ball game there at Wrigley Field, where it's currently in the upper 60s. So rain about to end, and that's the good word, Len, from the WGN Weather Center.
Thanks so much, Tom, and good news. We hopefully will get this thing going here in the next 30 to 45 minutes. We've had a lot of rain delays, some postponements here at Wrigley Field, but that's kind of par for the course in this part of the country.
Well, it is, and when you get ready to play a ball game, one of the things you emotionally get set to go, you get your body ready to go, then all of a sudden somebody says, no, sit down for a while. So it's tough on pitchers. Neither starting pitcher has gone to the mound, done any warming up at this point, so that's a good thing. So both guys will be able to go to start the ball game, and you don't want to waste either one of these guys. With the All-Star game coming, you understand that you might be able to use a guy and then have him done for the weekend, but 4 games in 3 days, both of these managers want to use their starting pitcher as long as they can today.
We will keep it right here. Stay with us during the rain delay. More from Wrigley Field as the Cubs will host the St. Louis Cardinals when we dry off here on WGN.
That hits the spot. It's drinkability. Means Bud Light is good wherever you are.
If you're at a party, or playing golf, like those guys, or you're at the bar.
Draw another door. Don't say draw.
Never filling, always refreshing. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
7 aces.
WWE Superstars.
The unbelievable high-flying Rey Mysterio. How does he do it?
Heart and guts of a champion.
Biggest little man in the history of the WWE.
I may always be an underdog, but please believe I'm nobody's victim.
When it comes to Mysterio, you gotta believe.
WWE Superstars. Expect everything.
Hey, get caught between a hard rock and a home run. It's your chance to catch the Cubbies in San Diego and party like a rock star. Go to WGNAmerica.com to enter. It's really easy. Round-trip airfare for 2 to San Diego. Tickets to the Cubs Padres game. Plus, live like a rock star with 3 nights in the Rockstar Suite and VIP treatment. It's the Hard Rock and a Home Run Sweepstakes. Only on WGN America.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN TV, your official summer baseball station. Brought to you by Bud Light, with just the right taste that never fills you up. The difference is drinkability. The Illinois Lottery. Play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. Comcast. Catch more games in HD on Comcast Digital Cable. Call 1-888-4BEST-TV today. Buy Pepsi. Every generation refreshes the world. Visit refresheverything.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on.
We have a 1:55 scheduled first pitch. Good timing. Right as we come back, the tarp is coming off the infield. The pitchers will have about a half hour to get ready. Everyone will get stretched out, and then we'll have the Cardinals and Cubs in game one of what is a 4-game series, day-night doubleheader coming up on Sunday. We'll have game one at noon Central here on WGN Sports. At 84 flag, it's hard to believe it's been 25 years since the Cubs ended their long playoff drought, but the guy sitting next to me, Keith Moreland, was a huge part of that ball club. We're going to take a look back here in a couple of minutes at the clincher in Pittsburgh, but the Cardinals played into that because you guys had a big doubleheader win in St. Louis.
You're right. We came into Sunday afternoon, we had lost a couple of ball games, knew we had to do something, one of both ends of a doubleheader in Old Busch Stadium. Sort of knew at that point we had one to clinch. Magic number of any style was to win that. We go to Pittsburgh. Rick Sutcliffe, who was magnificent all season long, throws a 2-hit shutout, and we find a way to come away with the first Eastern Division championship in a long time.
96 wins that season. You guys pretty much expected to win when you went out there every day, didn't you?
We did. We had a good offensive club. We were exciting. We had a daily double at the top. Bobby Denier and Ryan Sandberg were outstanding, and then you had 4 or 5 of us in a row that all could swing the bat pretty well with Say, Jody, Sarge, Leon. So we had a pretty good ball club, and then you really got to give a lot of credit to our bullpen was outstanding. Tim Stoddard did a great job setting up Lee Smith, who, by the way, I think is a Hall of Famer, should be voted in. We were able to get things done. Now we didn't finish it out the way we should have, but we did find a way to win a division.
So let's go back September 24th, 1984, Three River Stadium, as the Cubs are closing in on the clinch.
Three Rivers Stadium. We're all hopefully pulling for the kill to be made tonight.
It will be made tonight, Harry. No question about it.
One way or the other, John Denny is going against the Mets, but Sutcliffe is going here tonight. Quite a night for Chicago.
I had to learn what a magic number was because I didn't experience what a magic number is. Okay, so, I know that there's about 10 games left, 12 games left. What's the magic number? What do they mean by that? So I went to, I think, Ron Say or Larry Boa, and they had to explain that. Oh, okay, so if we win tonight, it clinches it.
I remember walking to the bullpen that night, and there was a huge sign that said 39 years of suffering are enough. And I went up to the guy, and I'm not, really, one of those guys that's, cocky or whatever, but as I walked in, I said, "Is that your son?" He said, "Yeah." I handed him the ball that I warmed up with, and I said, "We're going to end it tonight."
It was a great night, and it almost seems like everybody in the ballpark was Cub fans.
That was great. I remember it like it was yesterday with Sandberg on first. He was taking off and running. I hit a ball in the gap. Ended up getting the game-winning hit that night. Finally getting the monkey off your back, so to speak.
And the Cubs are being front 1-0. The Sarge does it again.
That game I was nervous because all of a sudden we had a lead, and now how are we going to hold on?
And I remember looking at Rhino, and I went, one more, and you're going to find out what I've been talking about all year.
Cubs are the champion! The Cubs are the champion!
That happened when I was with the Orioles. We had won a few times. And every time we'd win and the people would come on the field, the one thing the young men would do was steal hats. And I didn't want them stealing my hat. I thought maybe I had a lucky hat.
Jim Fry and Dallas Green.
That's big memories. Sutcliffe had a lot of champagne for us, man. I'll tell you what, just give me goosebumps right now just thinking about that. But that right there was more than just a team for me. It was like a family.
Nice play by the third baseman out at the plate. Wild throw! Cubs win! Cubs win! Cubs win!
clubhouse, walking around, and I went into my office, and the phone rang, and Dallas said, they're not going home. They're staying. Why don't you go outside and wave to them? I thought the whole team should, out of respect to the fans, go out, not just a few players.
That was really unique. I don't think I've ever seen that on TV or quite like that anywhere in person either. That was really a unique day.
We played the game. We went inside. Guys are half dressed, half in the shower, all over in the training room, and all of a sudden Jim Fright comes in and says, they're not leaving. We have to go out. And we're like looking around, who's not leaving? And so we go out there in long underwear and shirts and shower shoes, and we look out, and nobody had left the stadium.
And the whole team got out there. And then I said, let's go thank them. So I started to walk, and we went around the right field and left field, and it turned out that it was a lot of fun.
There's Jim Fry, the happiest man of them all.
It was totally improv. I mean, the game was over, and then they kept cheering. The guys were in the tunnel. You know how it is at Wrigley, and you go underneath. And that was the first year of the new clubhouse, by the way. And as we're on the way up the tunnel, it was like the crowd got louder, like there was something going on. And I didn't, nobody really connected. But then the next thing you heard was, hey, you got to come on back. And so off we went.
That was a totally spontaneous, unscripted situation where the players showed their appreciation to the loyal Cub fans in 1984 and came out on the field and sort of serenaded the fans, I guess you'd say, by going around the field and acknowledging the bleacher fans and all the people who had stuck by them for so many years.
Those are moments that, as a baseball player, when you're in a long time, I've been in uniform since 1970 at the big league level. Those are moments that always stick with you, and when you're going through bad times, you sit down and reflect a little bit and say, you know what, there were some good times, and those are one of the moments that you look back on.
Great stuff. Keith Moreland that year, 80 RBIs. You were at the plate, good old number 6 when that ball game ended. And what was that like when the fans called you back onto the field?
Nothing that I've done as an athlete was any more fun than to walk back out. I was one of the last guys out. I had gone in. I had hit a ball off my foot off Suter before that, the pitch before, and so I had a nice big bruise on my left inside of my left foot, and so I'm already have ice on my foot when we started going out, so I was late getting out. Most of the guys were in center field already, so I stayed around most of the home plate area in awe of what I saw. I mean, it was an unbelievable few days. You could tell by looking at those pictures it was warming up. The first 2 games against the Padres here in the playoffs, it was warm, wind blowing out days. You knew that we weren't going to be stopped, and it was an exciting time and something that they can never take away from any of us. No matter if you were a fan that weekend or if you were a player, they can't take it from us ever.
And going back to when you started your Cubs career, as you said, big crowd on opening day, small crowd after that, but to be a part of that celebration, that's that transition you were talking about.
You're right. To see the transition to, the lovable losers, so to speak, talking about the Cubs, to all of a sudden being involved of knowing that they're a team that can compete, and later on in the decade, 89, winning a division again, and then starting to see now that the Cubs are a team to be reckoned with in this division. They can win ball games. Obviously now with lights, we didn't have lights at the time. If we'd have had lights, folks, we'd have had 3 games at home in that 5-game series too. And I guarantee we'd have been in the World Series. But that's just me talking right there. But it was an incredible few days right there. It's something I'll never forget.
When we come back, we'll talk about today's game. We'll hear from the manager, Lou Piniella. Cubs having to make another roster move with another injured starting player. Cubs and Cardinals coming up. We're in a rain delay, but we'll get this thing going in about 25 minutes here on WGN. Stay with us.
Now it's easy to sell your home fast with the No Commission Company. ForSaleByOwner.com.
We sold our home in 3 weeks.
I had no idea it could be that easy. It really was.
We've helped thousands of people save millions of dollars. We give you lawn signs and a step-by-step guide. We even have advisors on call to answer any questions. Visit ForSaleByOwner.com now at ForSaleByOwner.com. For salebyowner.com. No commission, lots of help.
Any given time, this music is playing in a woman's head. Ready? And that the smallest conversation can just go so south. It's like, Owen, are you hungry, Owen? I'm like, no. She's like, where did you eat? I'm like, I ate at Wendy's. She's like, Wendy's? Who the hell is Wendy? I'm like,
America has some amazing dives, and we're going to take off in the plane, check out a bunch of them. The places, the vibe, the food. Join us, the crew of Skydives, as we fly into the heart of America to see and taste the country's most amazing food. If you have a favorite food joint, cool. Log in to WGNAmerica.com. Tell us about it.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field. We're in a rain delay before the Cardinals and Cubs play game one of a 4-game weekend series. Cubs with a roster move to help out the pitching staff. Kevin Hart pitched well the other day, even though the Cubs didn't win that game. He's going to go down and stay on his normal rotation in the minor leagues, and we'll probably see him back and make a start for Ryan Dempster right out of the break. He has to be down there for 10 days. And right-hander Jeff Stevens, who is involved in the Mark DeRosa deal with the Cleveland Indians, gets his first shot at the major leagues. He'll pitch out of the bullpen this weekend. The Cubs also will have to make a roster move before the game tomorrow, as catcher Giovanni Soto, who has a mild strain of his left oblique, is going to end up on the DL, and the Cubs will make a corresponding roster move. Keith, this team was very healthy when the season started, but a lot of injuries have piled up. But I guess that means Coy Hill gets an opportunity to play every day this weekend, and we'll probably see another backup catcher at some point.
Well, when you look at it, you try to sometimes put it together with a Band-Aid and find out what you can do. This team has not been healthy for an extended period of time where you know exactly where you're going to hit, what guy's hitting in front of you, what guy's hitting behind you. It makes a huge difference to sort of know that continuity of what's happening, and this team hadn't been able to do it. Still got to swing the bat, still got to do the things you need to do to win. But it'll be interesting to see how this works out, because all of a sudden you got a new guy handling a pitching staff, and well, that is so big in ball games. Pitchers are very comfortable at times throwing to one person, and now they have to adjust to a new guy behind the plate.
And Coy Hill does a really good job behind the plate. Got off to a good start offensively, and hopefully he can contribute this weekend. Little tweak to the lineup today with Soto out. Also Milton Bradley getting a day to work with the hitting coach Von Joshua. Let's hear from the manager, Lou Piniella.
Oh, the lineup is Reed Johnson in center field, Terrio at the shortstop position, Fukudomi in right field, Lee at first base, Ramirez is your third baseman, Soriano in left field, Fontenot the second baseman, and Hill the catcher.
Did they ask for Bradley or work on some stuff?
Let him keep working with Vaughn on his swing, and we'll go from there.
What's the word you're getting on Soto's health?
Soto's going to be DL'd today.
Really?
Yeah, DL'd. It'll be announced here fairly shortly. But he's got I guess a sprain or
left oblique
strain, left oblique strain. So he's going to be out for probably a month or so. I don't know the exact time frame. Could be a little less, but he's going to be DL'd, and we're going to be short a player today, and we'll get somebody in here tomorrow.
Can you get by with Coy for the month, or Coy and Fox?
Well, I think we'll bring in another catcher here. Yeah, when Soto came to the ballpark today, he was still sore, and this is the right thing to do. Let's get him well.
You guys don't get like nicks. You guys get all like month here, month there.
Well, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Can't do anything about it. You can't complain about it. It's unfortunate, but what are you going to do?
Hey, Lou, Reed has always told us he likes to lead off because it's a position that he's always been in. It's almost like a mentality for him. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, look, he did a nice job with the Blue Jays. He gives you good defense in center field. We moved Fukudomi. Look, Fukudomi was doing well out of the leadoff hole. The problem here is that I needed somebody. With losing Soto at the back end of the lineup, we needed to spread out the middle a little bit. So we moved Fukudomi to the 3-hole. And then we've got some nice thunder right in the middle part of our lineup, and we go from there. So we got people that should be getting on base early, and then more power in the middle.
Tough break here for Gio.
It's a tough break for our ball club. Yeah, it really is. What are you going to do? I mean, it happened in batting practice the other day. We had to scratch him. He had an MRI yesterday, and it showed that he had that strain. And it's not a real bad one, but it's still going to be time to heal. And I think he's going to Arizona to get some treatment and rehab. Yes.
Luke, can you talk about the challenge of facing Carpenter today?
Yeah, Carpenter's a real good pitcher. Really good pitcher. He's the ace of their staff, and you know, we gotta swing the bat against this guy, and hopefully Harden will give us a good one. So yeah, it's a challenge anytime you face a good pitcher like Carpenter.
How big are these 4 games?
Well, they're important. They're very important. I mean, look, we've been able to hold on, stay close, and now we've got the Cardinals in here for 4 games in our home ballpark. Yeah, they're important games. They're probably a little more important to us now than they are to St. Louis.
Soriano said even though he always likes to play, he liked the break mentally.
Who's this?
That mentally it was good. He's always going to hurt, but mentally it helped. Is it underrated, sort of the mental break? Is it more important?
We rested people in the other 2 games. It's like 2 days off. We stretch of 22 games in a row. It's not like we've had days off here every week, and you know. Now we go hard into the break. We get 4 days off or 3 days off for the break, and then we play the second half of the season. But okay, the weather's been warm, and we've been playing a lot of games in a row. So yeah, we rested some people. The other day I wanted to rest Terrio, but when Soto was out of there, I mean, we had to get Terrio back in the lineup. But, yeah.
How many factors go into whether you decide to intentionally walk Albert Pujols or pitch to a guy?
Well, look, you don't want Albert to beat you. I think we've adhered to that in the 3 years I've been here. And the secret is to keep the guys in front of them off the bases. If they're on the bases, you're going to have to pitch to them. But if you have an option, obviously you're not going to let them beat you if you can't.
It's only had Stevens up today. You use him.
Stevens is here. We'll pitch in the middle. Yeah, we'll pitch in the middle. Yeah, we had Stevens in spring training. He's got a good arm. And, yeah, we'll get him in the ball game as soon as we can. But, yeah, we'll use him in middle to long.
How about Hill in full-time duty? He's done pretty well in part-time for you.
He'll catch as well. He does a nice job with the pitching staff, and he throws well. You know, the hitting. You know, if he swings a bat, the rest of it is all top of the line. I mean, he does a real nice job calling a ball game, receiving the ball, and throwing out base runners.
Well, that was Lou Piniella talking about this big series. And, Keith, before we go to break, we'll talk with Al Hrabosky, a longtime broadcaster with the Cardinals, about Albert Pujols. But let me ask you, he's hitting third in their lineup. Would you rather hit in front or behind Albert Pujols if you're a hitter in that lineup?
Well, there's a heck of a lot of pressure when you're hitting behind him, because I hit behind quite a few pretty good hitters, and a lot of times they'll walk that guy in front of you, or they'll put him on throwing some balls in the dirt, see if he'll get aggressive, and then your job is to produce behind that. So I think hitting behind it is much tougher than hitting in front of it. Hitting in front of it, it's like hitting with a good guy at first base that could really run. You're going to get more fastballs. So it's a great place to hit in front of him. It's a tough place to hit behind him.
Colby Rasmus, a rookie, having a good year, hitting in front of Pujols. Ryan Ludwig right behind him in the cleanup spot. And we'll talk more about the Cardinals. They're in first place. The Mad Hungarian will join us when we come back.
You do get a hint of drinkability right away.
Does my pen have writability? Come on, people. We gotta focus. We're not leaving until we've met our budget. We need ideas.
We could cut back on marketing.
We could eliminate bonuses.
How about we stop buying Bud Light for every meeting?
It's the only beer with just the right taste. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
It was a joke!
Just by searching the web. It's called the Search Engine, and it's real easy to use. Go to WGNAmerica.com and click on the Search Engine link. Sign yourself up, and you can earn points towards free stuff with every search. The more you use the Search Engine, the more swag bucks you get to cash in. And if you tell a friend, you can double your bucks. So why not get free stuff for an internet search you were going to do anyway? It's the Search Engine on WGNAmerica.com, and it's your ticket to free stuff. And in times like these, who couldn't use some free stuff?
Good to see the redhead here. Brian Campbell, all-star defenseman for the Chicago Blackhawks, throwing out the ceremonial first pitch, and he will conduct the seventh inning stretch a little bit later on. Great to have with us Al Hrabosky, longtime TV analyst with the St. Louis Cardinals, former Cardinal closer as well. I know you always love coming here to Wrigley Field. Do they boo you now like they did probably back in the 70s, Al?
Yes, and I'm very impressed because I remember it's still a standing boo.
Standing boo, I like that.
Standing boo. So when I come in for the bullpen, I get a standing boo, and it really makes you feel good.
All right, I want to ask you about Albert Pujols. We were just talking about him. Why does anybody pitch to him in a big spot?
Well, we wish we had that answer because we asked the same thing. It's incredible because we've had very little protection behind Albert. Ludwig's starting to heat up right now, but why do people pitch to him? Yes, he's leading the National League and all of baseball intentional passes, but he's also leading home runs and RBIs. Amazing season. What he does on a daily basis, it's so memorable, and yet there's no reason to pitch to him because the Cardinals are having the same offensive problems the Cubs are.
When you look at that, when you're not pitching to a guy, somebody down the lineup has got to get something done. Do they try to initiate their innings around what Albert's coming up, or will they try to build to that? I know Tony, I've known him a long time. Does he try to change anything in his philosophies?
Well, you'll see that oftentimes what he'll try and do is stack his hottest hitters. And the way it's been right now is our leadoff hitter, Schumacher's been hitting 300. Now you got Colby Rasmus, who's leading all National League rookies in home runs and RBIs. He's doing the job in the two-hole. Albert is Albert. Ludwig is starting to heat it up. But then you have a drought again. And so, you know, our offense just revolves around Albert so much, and it's amazing to us that why teams allow him to beat him. It's easy to say, okay, there's 4 pitches, or go ahead and have a veteran pitcher walk him or pitch around him, but it just doesn't work that way.
On the infield, the left side, there have been some injury problems. Khalil Green back on the DL for the second time with the social anxiety disorder. You have Mark DeRosa. It was an excellent trade, but 0 for 9 before he got hurt with the wrist injury. And Troy Gloss has been out as well and hasn't yet played. Do you think John Mozeliak will go out and make another deal over there, or was the DeRosa deal the big one in terms of your offense?
I think they would still like to see if you can improve the ball club in any way possible. But, I mean, once we get DeRosa back, I think this offense has a chance to take take off. By the way, Cubs, thank you for that trade, but because Usain McClellan made him available to us, we did not understand that at all, but we thought he was a heck of a ball player when he played for the clubs, and I know your fans do too, but I think you're going to fall into place. Because of Khalil Green, we really found the emergence of Brendan Ryan. Excellent, excellent defensive player, and now he's hitting 300. So he's going to be out there every day. We're still in search for that third baseman, and until DeRosa comes back, which could be a couple more weeks, we still don't know.
When you look at the numbers for Chris Carpenter, let's flip-flop a little bit and go to the mound. What an outstanding pitcher. I mean, you look at him, he pitches in the 92 to 94 mile-an-hour range with the fastball, has 4 pitches. What does he bring to the table each and time out? Attitude, winner, competitor. This guy is unbelievable. Just his presence elevates everybody on the field. He pitches to contact. He's got a devastating cutter that he can throw to left-handed hitters. He's got that fastball that he spots well, and look out for that curveball as a strikeout pitch.
Let's talk about the division, Al. You just saw the Milwaukee Brewers. You've seen the Cubs quite a bit. As you look at the landscape here, what's the one team you think is going to challenge the Cardinals the most?
Well, I think everybody is capable. I don't think the Cubs have played to their expectations or their ability. Milwaukee obviously is having their problems right now. They looked disoriented, and once we got a lead on them, they kind of folded a little bit. But the Cardinals are not a perfect ball club either. They've got a lot of problems. Hopefully they get ironed out. And once again, I think Tony La Russa and his staff has done one of the best jobs of managing and getting the most out of our ball club. We got like 5 different 25th men on the team. So we are a dysfunctional ball club, but somehow Tony gets the best out of his players, and they know how to win.
And the All-Star game will be in St. Louis coming up next week. That's a great coup with the new ballpark there. You going to be kicking your feet up, or do you have anything to do next week?
I've got a lot of things to do at the ballpark saloon, but no, we'll have a lot of fun there. And you know, I've become a spectator and a fan like everybody else, and just marvel at the abilities that we once had.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
We once had. Hey, well, you were 1 for 3 off of me.
You didn't. That one was a big one.
Oh, you didn't have to add that to it. You know. Anyway, you know, at least you know, one time Stoney and Chip, we put a little deal on Sano one time. We put a graphic up that he was 0 for 11 against me with 17 strikeouts. And he was so upset. He demanded a retraction. He was ranting and raving and everything. But, you know, that's our buddy Sano, and we love him to death. And I know he's not feeling well right now, and so hopefully get a speed recovery, and I'd love to see Sano.
All right, we hope your team has a bad weekend, but we hope you have a great broadcast. Thanks so much, Al.
I didn't quite understand that, but I think I got the point.
That's Al Hrabosky with the Cardinals broadcast team. We're set for Cubs baseball. The Cubs hosting the Cardinals coming up on WGN.
By searching the web. It's called the Search Engine, and it's real easy to use. Go to WGNAmerica.com and click on the Search Engine link. Sign yourself up, and you can earn points towards free stuff with every search. The more you use the Search Engine, the more swag bucks you get to cash in. And if you tell a friend, you can double your bucks. So why not get free stuff for an internet search you were going to do anyway? It's the Search Engine on WGNAmerica.com, and it's your ticket to free stuff. And in times like these, who couldn't use some free stuff?
You do get a hint of drinkability right away.
Does my pen have writability? Come on, people. We gotta focus. We're not leaving until we've met our budget. We need ideas.
We could cut back on marketing.
We could eliminate bonuses. How about we stop buying Bud Light for every meeting?
It's the only beer with just the right taste. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
It was a joke!
Wow, sweet minivan. Woo!
That's minivan A to you.
It's raining!
With the great taste of a McDonald's McCafe Mocha, a better day is possible. Freshly ground espresso, real steamed milk, and decadent chocolate. Go ahead, McCafe your day. Just think
Just minutes away from the first pitch, the Cardinals and the Cubs here on WGN Sports. Keith Moreland and Len Casper today. And a team that's been hovering around 500 all season long. Lou has talked so much about a little separation, and Cubs right back at 500 again, Keith.
You know, they got 2 games over earlier this week, and then they dropped the last 2 to the Braves, coming in back to 500 now. It takes so much emotion when you're trying to get over that. You really got to find a way to push through that hump and get to 2 or 3 games over 500.
Well, hopefully the Cubs can do that this weekend. Let's send it down to the field. Wayne Messmer with our national anthem.
Chicago favorite Wayne Messmer, accompanied by Gary Pressey at the Lowry organ, as they honor the United States by performing our national anthem.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
We are ready after a short rain delay. Cardinals and Cubs, game 1 of a big 4-game weekend set coming up next.
Just think about it. Get it?
This summer, expect everything with WWE Superstars on WGN America. It's the one place to witness the culmination of the biggest event of the summer. WWE SummerSlam Live, Sunday, August 23rd, only on pay-per-view. And you could be there.
Can you imagine the celebration?
Log on to WGN America to win a trip for 2 to SummerSlam, including airfare, hotel, and spending cash. WWE Superstars.
My name is Randy Orton.
The most diabolical man in the WWE. Randy Orton is dangerous. Those eyes, that stare, he's almost serpent-like.
Nobody, nothing can stand in my way because I'm the legend killer, Randy Orton.
On WWE Superstars.
Expect everything.
You're watching the Chicago Cubs on WGN TV, your official summer baseball station. Chicago Cubs baseball in high definition is sponsored by Comcast. Skies are lightening up. The lights are still on. And the wind is not blowing a whole lot. It is blowing out today. And should be a hitter's day here, although Rich Harden and Chris Carpenter, when they're on, Keith, they can They can really get it going on the mound.
Both outstanding pitchers. Rich Harden obviously throwing strikes early in a ball game, very important to him. It seems if he gets through that first couple of innings, he gets you into the 6th, 7th inning. He's 35-10 in his career when he goes 6 or more innings. That's a pretty impressive number. So early in ball games, this last outing, not a good one for Chris Carpenter. He's just been outstanding. There's not more you can say about it. Only allowed 53 base hits and 76 innings of work. He's a guy that pounds the strike zone. He pitches to contact. He has a great cut fastball. Handles left-handed pitching. I think that's probably the most impressive thing for Carpenter is how well he handles left-handed hitters.
And he pitched really well against the Cubs earlier this year in St. Louis. Derek Lee said it was one of the most dominating performances he had seen against the Cubs all season long. So Carpenter today, and let's check out the rest of the Cardinals starting lineup. You see the pitcher down at the bottom hitting 8th in Tony La Russa's lineup. Schumacher, Rasmus, and then Pujols. You have Ryan Ludwig, who's been hot lately. He bats right behind Albert. Rick Ankiel has struggled this year at .225. He's in left. Yadier Molina's on the All-Star team, and he'll start for the National League. All kinds of injuries over at third base. It's Joe Thurston there today. Carpenter 8th, and then Brendan Ryan will play short.
Now let's look at the Cubs Pepsi defense. When you look at it from outfield, Soriano, Johnson, and Fukudome. Reed Johnson back in the lineup in center field. Brought to you by Pepsi. Pepsi, refresh everything. In the infield, back to normal. The way we looked in spring training when you broke from spring training, except behind the plate, as Hill will be in behind the plate, as Soto will be on the DL starting tomorrow. It is a defense that's done a nice job. Reed Johnson really sets it, though, in center field. Outstanding center fielder.
And he will bat leadoff, as you heard Lou earlier say. Try to get the on-base guys at the top of the lineup. And Derek Lee cleaning up with Ramirez batting 5th. And once again, Alfonso Soriano is in that 6th spot. Alfonso basically with 2 days off because he was not in the lineup on Wednesday, the off day yesterday. And well, they really need to get him going.
They do. And so many times Lou did a nice job of allowing a guy, when you have that off day, give him 2 days in a row where he doesn't have to mentally think about it. It's a good break. Come back. You got 4 games in 3 days, and then you have a 3-day break again. So it allows you to start to get recouped. It has not been a warm summer here in Chicago, so it's not like they have played in a tremendous amount of heat, but the everyday playing of baseball, that's the great thing about the game. There's 162 of them. You have to mentally sometimes, you lose your focus a little bit, and the day off every once in a while really helps you put it back together.
And for Soriano, first time he hasn't been in the All-Star game in his last 8 years. And for Rich Harden, some numbers that we are not used to seeing. A 5.35 ERA. His last start, again, a very rough outing against Milwaukee on Saturday. So he gets an extra day of rest. Shortest and worst start of the year, a career low 2+ innings, 8 hits, 7 runs, 2 were home runs. Really struggled with his changeup. That's a key pitch for Rich, to pitch off of his 4-seam fastball.
Well, he's a guy that throws a lot of strikes, and you look at the 32 walks. That's what jumps off the page for me. And not only is it the walk batters, but it's pitching behind in the count when you're not unable to use your pitches in the sequence you want to use. He wants to establish with his fastball, get the outs with the swing and misses with the changeup, or he wants to get the changeup to be rolled over to get the double play ball with the cut fastball.
Let's check out the umpires for this series. The crew chief this weekend, Angel Hernandez at first. Lance Barksdale from Mississippi in his 6th year will call the balls and strikes today. Again, Bob Brenly is on assignment with a little bit of a longer All-Star break. He's watching his son Michael and the Peoria Chiefs this weekend, so we hope Bob's relaxing. And great to have Keith Moreland with us. Keith, you're finally ready for baseball.
I am ready for baseball. We're a little bit delayed, but it's always good to get it started.
Skip Schumacher will start it. Converted outfielder. He's now playing second base. Ramirez plays in on the grass at third, and Schumacher rips one into the right field corner on the very first pitch from Rich Harden. He's taking a look at Fukudome, and he's going to pull up with a standing double. So one pitch. And just like that, the Cardinals have something cooking.
Well, Schumacher got a high fastball, was looking first pitch fastball, got something up and out over the plate, really turned on it. So this ball's more in the middle of the plate, but upstairs gets it into the corner. Fukudome does a nice job of holding him to a double.
You see the mustache. That's a recent phenomenon. The Cardinals starting pitchers recently decided to grow mustaches to change up the mojo and kind of have something to have fun with in the clubhouse. I think Colby Rasmus is trying to grow one, but it's not working out as well for him as he bats in front of Pujols and a first pitch strike on a fastball at the knee. 70 degrees, a 38-minute delay. The wind is out of the south at 8, meaning it's blowing out as we get started. The kick and the 0-1. There's a bunt by Rasmus. It'll be a sacrifice bunt to bring up Pujols. So already, Keith, we have a situation. You have a couple of bases open, but it's a first inning.
Well, you just look at it, and it's interesting. Tony La Russa understanding how important it was to get a lead, especially with Carpenter on the mound. Both these teams at times have struggled to put runs on the board. You can't bring the infield up here. This is a difficult situation with Pujols coming to the plate. I think you try to stretch the strike zone a little bit right here. If you give up the walk, you give up the walk. They're going to intentionally walking to start the game.
Well, they have already decided, no matter what the situation, with a runner in scoring position and a base open, we are not going to let Albert Pujols beat us. And the other thing with the tricky weather today, I think both managers understand the importance of getting out to an early advantage.
Well, you're right, Tim. And we could get 5 and it become official. So it's important to get on the board first. And Lou Piniella saying, I'm not going to let this guy beat us. We had the opportunity to visit with him before the game, and it just doesn't make sense to the type of year that he's having. Just a monster year. Puts a lot of pressure on Ludwig, who's coming to the plate now.
32 intentional walks, leading the league by far. And it's amazing he's gotten as many opportunities to drive in runs as he has. 31 homers and 83 RBIs, and we haven't even hit the All-Star break. Here's Ryan Ludwig, an All-Star last year, coming in at 241, but he's driven in 47. And the Cubs will try to turn 2 and get out of this first inning. Good changeup for strike 1.
Nice pitch, heading the count. Well, you're looking for a double play ball here. Try to change speeds. Hitting's about rhythm and timing. See if you can't get him out on the front foot, roll over the top of one.
Ludwig 0 for 6 with a strikeout against Harden. And a fly ball to right as Schumacher's going to tag and easily score. Pujols tagging as well, and he draws a throw behind him, and what a base running maneuver by Albert Pujols. So they not only get the run on the sac fly by Ludwig, I'll tell you, Keith, we've seen so many examples of Albert Pujols helping his team, not just with his bat. I'm talking with his glove, with his arm, and this time with his legs.
Well, just an outstanding job of going back, tagging up, watching what Fukudome was going to do with the ball. He was deep enough. No way he was going to get somebody at the plate. Probably would have been better advised to throw that ball straight to second base. He came toward the plate. Throw carried offline. Derek Lee couldn't catch up to it. Move up 90 feet, get into scoring position. Not only get the run in, but another runner in scoring position here.
And it's Rick Ankiel playing left. And that's inside on a changeup, ball 1. So the Cardinals strike first. Ankiel with some DL time earlier this year after viciously colliding with the outfield wall in early May. 2-0.
Dangerous pitch here. Open base, right-handed hitter Molina behind him. You want to give in here, make a mistake.
Slow start with the power numbers for Ankiel compared to last year, and he had a good rip at that one. 92 on the fastball. Fouled back to make it 2-1.
Just enough movement at the end of that fastball to not let him square it.
The 2-1 pitch is too high. 3-1. We talked about it before the broadcast, and we saw some planes flying in over the lake, and you said that's the kind of day that the hitter likes to see.
Oh, as soon as you got to the ballpark here at Wrigley, you see the planes lining up for the east-west runways at O'Hare. Coming off the lake, you know it's a good day to hit.
Full count, 3-2. Yadier Molina, the all-star, is on deck. There it comes.
No doubt. It's one of those days you knew at 8 o'clock in the morning. Oh, it's a good day to hit at Wrigley.
(3-2) to Ankiel. He struck him out on a change to end the inning, but Ludwig with the sac fly gives the Cardinals a 1-0 lead with the Cubs coming up.
Yeah. May your hands always be busy. May your feet always be swift. And may you have a strong foundation when the winds of change shift. And may your heart always be joyful. And may your song always be sung. Sing it. May you stay forever young. May you stay.
Every generation refreshes the world. Pepsi, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball.
It basically took me the whole summer. And I don't know how many times I needed to go to AutoZone, but at least now when I go, it's not on my bike.
Feeling back pain? Dr. Scholl's back pain relief orthotics with shock guard technology give you immediate relief that lasts all day long. Dr. Scholl's pain relief is a step away.
Hear you say that you were living with your mom?
I lived with my mom since the divorce. I
Yeah.
caught my mom going through my socks and underwear, and it tickled.
More planes leaving O'Hare and landing here in Chicago as well, and hopefully the Cubs can get those bats going. Here's Lou Piniella's Pepsi lineup for today's game against Chris Carpenter, brought to you by Pepsi. Refresh everything. Reed Johnson first start since coming off the DL. Terrio Fukudome third. You have Lee Ramirez, Soriano in the middle, Fontenot, Hill, and Harden at the bottom.
When you look at that lineup, really a lot of the meat of this lineup from 4, 5, and 6, trying to get some people on base against Carpenter, and somebody popped one. And Lou talked about that pregame about we've got to get somebody on and then get some multiple home run games.
Here's the first pitch from the right-hander Chris Carpenter. It's taken for a strike. As you see his numbers, he looks for his 7th win. Originally slated to go tomorrow, but Tony La Russa deciding to pitch him on normal rest and move Brad Thompson back to tomorrow as Johnson looks at foul.
There's so many things that Carpenter does. I think the thing that's impressive to me, he's a 4-pitch guy. He can do so much. If he has one pitch not working that day, he can use the other ones. That's the type of guy that you can build a staff around and a ball club around, and one of the best pitchers in baseball.
16th career start against the Cubs, has a 2.93 ERA against them. That curveball low and outside. So he's faced the Cubs more than any other team in his career. Reed Johnson had the lower back spasms and was activated on Monday, and this is his first start since. And he's in that leadoff spot against the right-hander. Swing and a miss.
When you look at this Cardinal defense, the outfield, pretty much like we've seen most of the year. Infield on the left side, Ryan has really done a nice job. Brendan Ryan, the shortstop, he's come in and solidified that position. Excellent defensive shortstop, converted outfielder, and Schumacher, and then Al Pujols outstanding at first base. Molino, an all-star behind the plate.
There's Ryan Terrio. And he lines one into center, and it's going to get down as Rasmus kind of got caught in the middle. Whether or not to dive after that ball, Ludwig was backing him up, but if it gets by the center fielder, that's a 2-base hit.
Well, maybe 3 bases as well. And early in the game, if you can't get it, you've got to back off. He was able to slow his feet down just enough. Nice piece of hitting from Terrio. Dropped his hands inside, got the barrel on it. Just no way. Rasmus, he made a nice decision. Right there, you could see him make that decision. I had to back off. kept it in front. Held Terrio to a single.
Couple of balls got past Cubs outfielders a couple days ago when we had some rain and you had the wet outfield and the ball didn't come up. One happened to skid past Kosuke Fukudome, so something to watch for today. We didn't get a ton of rain, but just enough to delay the start of the game almost 40 minutes. Carpenter gets over quickly. Pujols gets it to him just in time. And they retire Fukudome. Runner at second for Derek Lee and 2 outs.
Well, real nice play by Albert Pujols. Recognized right away, and Carpenter didn't become a spectator. So many times pitchers lose their train of thought, but that drew him to the first base side. What a nice feed from Pujols as he comes over, squares his body, turns, allows Carpenter to really see the ball, find the bag, and get an out.
It brings up Derek Lee with Terrio, the tying run at second base. Not too many guys hit Chris Carpenter like Derek Lee has at a .325 clip in his major league career, covering 40 at bats. Hitless over his last 2 games, but on the homestand 4 homers and 12 RBIs, 7 coming in 1 game. A fly ball off to the right, and this one's going to find the seats.
Well, he's a professional hitter, and he does a great job when he gets hot at this time of the year. Does a great job of keeping his hands inside the baseball. Yes, he can turn and hit it as far as anybody, but for a guy that's 6'6", you don't see many guys that want to extend as much as Derek does, but he does a great job of handling that inside pitch. Doesn't get tied up in there as much as a lot of big men do.
Two and one on Lee. You see the shortstop Ryan is in the outfield grass. The pitch. Fastball strike. 2-2.
Caught Derek looking for something else. Painted a fastball. You've got to be really confident in your arm to play where Brendan Ryan is playing shortstop, because Derek Lee runs okay, gets down the line okay.
And a ground ball pulled to Joe Thurston, who scoops it up, and that gets Carpenter out of the first inning. The Cubs get a hit, but no runs. We've completed 1 from Wrigley. It's 1-0 Cardinals.
At eHarmony, you don't scan through thousands of pictures looking for your perfect match. Where's the value in that? We pre-screen each and every member for you to determine your matches based on compatibility. So when you get to that first date, you know you'll have something in common. eHarmony does the matching for you based on who you are at the deepest level. Aren't you curious to see who you'd be matched with? Log on to eHarmony.com, where it's absolutely free to review your matches.
Hey, hon.
Hey, Dad, look what I drew today.
Wow. Hey, wait a minute. Why doesn't Daddy have a blizzard?
The Girl Scout cookie blizzard. You're a boy.
Honey, it's not a big deal.
It's easy for you to say. You already have a blizzard. There.
You're being a child.
No, give me my blizzard.
Everybody wants one. The new Girl Scouts Tag-Along Blizzard. Creamy DQ soft serve and real pieces of peanut butter cookies. And now try our new Sweet Deals value menu.
To stay on top of my game after 50, I switched to a complete multivitamin with more. Only one a day Men's 50+ Advantage has ginkgo for memory and concentration, plus support for heart health. That's a great call.
One a day Men's.
From Wagner comes a revolution in power painting. Optimus dual tip technology with a more refined spray pattern here. This dual tip design delivers better paint coverage here, superior control here, and a beautiful finish here. All of which adds more to life out here. The new Optimus Power Painter with dual tip technology only from Wagner. And now, Wagner brings you the first and only cordless power painter with Optimus technology at Lowe's for just $169.
Let's check out who's moving forward with Toyota. How about Keith Moreland? His career with the Chicago Cubs, 1982 to 1987. 12 years in all in the major leagues. A World Series ring with Philadelphia in 1980. As we mentioned off the top, .364 career average in the postseason. And as Yadier Molina takes a fastball outside, 1-0 the count. We're in the second, 1-0 St. Louis. And Keith, I want to congratulate you on your induction into the College Baseball Hall of Fame, former Texas Longhorn.
Well, thank you very much. It was a fun weekend last weekend in Lubbock where the induction took place. It was exciting to be in part of it. A couple ex-Cubs along with me, Joe Carter and Rafael Palmeiro.
It's fouled by Molina. Todd Walker going in as well. And
Todd Walker as well. You're right. Another ex-Cub.
Louisiana State University.
That's
they'll
right.
tell you. He's from Bossier City, I believe, which is near Shreveport. Yeah. Well, you could do it all. You started as a catcher, and you played 2 sports in college, football and baseball. And then later in your major league career, third base, first base, corner outfield spots. What was your favorite defensive position?
Well, I think
all said and done.
If you've ever caught a game, it is a unique position. You're the quarterback. Nothing happens till you put down fingers. So I can tell you that catching was an interesting position, to say the least.
That ball slowed down by the grass, and Terrio has time to get Yadier Molina. Now, this grass is a lot different than the infield turf that you saw during your playing days, and you were grousing about having this infield take away some hits in your career.
No question. It is much shorter grass and much different. Obviously, they've leveled out the field. You used to be in the Cubs home dugout, and you'd have a tough time seeing the right fielder with the bow in the field, so to speak. Now very level, flat. Great place to play a ball game.
The crown is gone as they now have a modern drainage system. First pitch strike to Joe Thurston. He's playing third for the Cardinals today. The pitcher is behind him, batting 8th. Chris Carpenter's on deck. See, Coy Hill wants this pitch down. Swing and a miss on the changeup.
See now, fill level. Used to could take this same camera angle and shoot across to the right fielder and see the top of his head.
A one hopper fielded by Fontenot, but all he can do is keep it somewhat on the infield, even though he ranged far into the grass in the outfield. And Thurston has a single, and Carpenter will try to move him up.
Well, Mike did a nice job. Nothing you're going to do with the baseball in that situation, but he was able to get to it. Both of those balls sort of cued off the end of the bat. Nice pitches from Harden, just hit in the right location. Faulkner with a nice effort, couldn't do anything with it.
So here is Carpenter, who has 1 sack bunt on the season and already squaring. And now he pulls it back. You have Ramirez ready to charge at third, and it's taken for ball 1. Carpenter, a career .097 hitter. Late afternoon start tomorrow, and then a day-nighter on Sunday. Makeup game early. We'll have it for you at noon here on WGN. The pitch, bunted, foul.
I guess the reason you hit Tony La Russa making this decision, the reason you hit your pitcher 8th in this scenario, may be very well for this particular spot, because if he was hitting 9th, you obviously would have a hitter swinging the bat here with a man on first and 1 out, and then the pitcher due next. So it worked out perfectly in the scenario this time, where you could try to get a runner in the scoring position with 2 outs.
And also Pujols kind of becomes the cleanup man the second time around, with 3 position players now in front of him. 1 and 2. We'll see if they still ask Carpenter to bunt with 2 strikes.
Well, I believe that most of the time you're going to take a shot at trying to move him up, and if he strikes out here, he strikes out trying to bunt his way on.
He is bunting, and he's out. It's a strikeout on the foul bunt. 2 for Harden. Tomorrow is 7-Eleven day here at Wrigley Field as the Cubs host the Cardinals at 3:10. Throughout the game, great prizes will be awarded to lucky fans and random seats, compliments of 7-Eleven. Oh, thank heaven.
Brendan Ryan's done a nice job, though, coming in, taking over Khalil Green. Not only has he been outstanding defensively, he's hitting almost 300 out of the 9-hole.
Not bad to have a 9-hitter batting .299. Thurston still at first, 2 outs. Second place Brewers are hosting the Dodgers this weekend, so they'll play later tonight. Cubs are a game and a half behind Milwaukee for second, 3.5 back of the front-running Cardinals. Jeff Weaver and Mike Burns the matchup tonight in Milwaukee.
Dodger team that's been very consistent even without Manny Ramirez most of the season. You haven't seen them get overly hot where they've won 7 in a row, but they just have played very consistent baseball the entire season.
Went after the high heat and couldn't get it. 2-1. Well, I just think we're in an era now with so much parity around baseball. The trade deadline becomes pretty tricky because there are some teams in the past who would have been in the selling mode who are not yet there because of the wild card, and a lot of teams bunched together. Fukudome comes over near the line and it hits the ledge and bounces out of play.
Well, any ball down the right field line here at Wrigley, those folks that are in the ballpark have seen it before. When you have a southerly breeze, that ball's always going to come back to the field to play, and you can never give up on it. Fukudome understanding that. It's the wall pretty firm. Uses his right foot to sort of shield the blow off of his shoulder. Scariest ball here for a right fielder, though, is that ball right down the line like that, because the wind blowing out will bring it back to the field to play.
Sure, you were very familiar with all the nooks and crannies down there, and both those corners as that pitch was just outside. 3-2. See, Bob and I, Keith, we have a tough time defining a nook versus a cranny because there's so many such things in the ballpark. So if you see a cranny and I call it a nook, please please correct me. Runner goes under 3-2 and it's fouled back.
You know, it's asymmetrical, let's put it that way.
It is.
Well, there is all kinds of different little nooks left center field. It gets deeper a little bit more into right center than dead straightaway center.
Second walk given up by Harden. First unintentional free pass, and that'll bring up Schumacher, who on the first pitch of the game doubled into right and later would score on the Ludwig sac fly. That was not there when you played your games at Wrigley Field. The knothole allowing fans out on Sheffield to take a peek.
No, it was that was the hardest part of the field. That was a steel wall that was right there, and it didn't give. The brick doesn't give, but at least you have a little ivy for padding. That was a steel wall. Now this becomes crucial right here, Lynn, when you look what happened in the first. They manufactured a run, got it done, did the Cardinals. In this inning, Harden sort of pitched himself into this jam.
And that gets away from Hill, and both runners will advance on a wild pitch. Now this is not a spot where you think about an intentional walk, because you don't want to get too close to Albert, who right now is in the hole and would be on deck if Schumacher gets on.
You got to be dangerous with this pitch. Schumacher's already turned on a fastball you elevated to open the ball game. You almost got to challenge him here. I think you go off speed, try to get him out on his front foot.
He went with a heater. It was up a little bit, and Schumacher fouled it away.
Just enough movement right at the end of that. Sort of riding up. He couldn't get on top of it. Every game has big at bats. This may be one of the biggest of the game for the Cubs right here.
That's a strike. That was a changeup, 2-2. Well, I would agree. This spot of the order, you don't want to mess around at all.
Carpenter, an outstanding pitcher's already got a 1-0 lead. Now they got a chance with the base hit to separate themselves to 3. That becomes a giant deficit here early in the ballgame.
The 2-2. And he's still alive. Well, that's a key pitch right there, Keith, because his changeup we've seen at 84. That one was at 87. And when Rich is really on, he has a lot of variance in not only his changeup but his fastball. And when he struggled this year, that fastball stayed pretty much at the same velocity, and same for the changeup.
Yep. Rhythm and timing. That's what you're trying to disrupt as a pitcher.
Another 2-2, and he struck him out. Little extra mustard on that fastball at 95 to get out of the inning. They leave 2. Cardinals lead to 1-0.
This summer, expect everything with WWE Superstars on WGN America. It's the one place to witness the culmination of the biggest event of the summer. WWE SummerSlam Live, Sunday, August 23rd, only on pay-per-view. And you could be there.
Can you imagine the celebration?
Log on to WGN America to win a trip for 2 to SummerSlam, including airfare, hotel, and spending cash.
See you tomorrow, Steve.
Tony Stewart. Thank you, Tony.
Tony? Armor All wash, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare. And to clean your car while you shine, try Armor All Protectant.
There's no way. I just can't swing a vacation.
Someone needs to lighten up. No vacation.
I can't afford it.
You can if you name your own price.
I don't know how.
It's easy. Priceline has insider deals. Empty hotel rooms, open plane seats. You can save up to half off.
That's a great deal.
Saving money is no laughing matter.
Dr. Scholl's massaging gel insoles with 2 different gels for softness and support are outrageously comfortable.
I'd rather walk anyway.
Are you gelling? Dr. Scholl's.
Bottom 2, Chris Carpenter against Aramis Ramirez, and Aramis fouls it off to the right. 1-0 St. Louis. Ramirez activated on Monday from the disabled list, missed 50 games with a dislocated left shoulder. He's 3 for 12 since coming back. 7 for 15 with a homer against the Cardinals earlier this year, and that's going to hold up for Ankiel. So Ramirez with a good swing, unfortunately lines out. Today's Walgreens Celebrity Bat Kids are Cole Jacobs from Union Mills, Indiana, Celine Watka from Lamont, Illinois. For more info on how you can be a Walgreens Celebrity Bat Kid, go to WGNradio.com. Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. I'm sure they were able to get a lot of autographs today. Both teams did hit and have full batting practice in spite of some sprinkles. A lot of Cardinal fans making the trek up here to the north side of Chicago. The 1-0 to Soriano. Misses on a slider. 2-0 the count.
And Carpenter pitches ahead so many times. Careful here. To Soriano.
Trying to get him to expand his zone, and good to see Alfonso with a patient at bat to get ahead in the count. He wasn't thrilled that he wasn't told by his manager that he was going to be out of Wednesday's lineup. I don't think in the end it was that big a deal, but well, some guys like to know mentally more than anything else, if you play every day, to find out before you get to the park that you're not going to be in there, as he takes ball 4, so it's a 1-out walk. But back in there today, so 2 full off days for Soriano, and that's the first walk issued by Carpenter.
You know, it never was as that important to me as an everyday player to be told, hey, you had tomorrow off, as it was when I was a guy that was coming off the bench to say, you're in there tomorrow.
Sure.
That was a much more important thing to me. Take care of yourself the night before and come to the ballpark mentally knowing that you're in the lineup.
Well, I think the other thing, Keith, with this current Cubs offensive situation, it's so fluid because of the inconsistencies we've seen up and down the lineup. And Lou would like to have a template for a lineup and just leave it that way, but with certain guys struggling, and now with Soto headed to the DL, he hasn't been able to run out that same lineup every day.
Well, yeah, and you want to put yourself in a position to know what happens in an inning. You average about 4.6 batters per inning in a ball game. So because of that, you got to figure out where guys are going to break down in innings on average, so to speak, and you try to adjust your lineup accordingly.
Fontenot foul tips 1 and 2. So basically what you're saying is, every 2 innings he'll go through the entire lineup on average.
That's exactly right. You turn over. The guys at the top, you already usually hit first, third, fifth, seventh, and sometimes ninth, their fifth at bat. Second, fourth, sixth, and eighth are different style of lineup.
Kick in the pitch, and that's off his foot. It's foul. How is it for you to hear the crack of the wooden bat? You call a lot of college games.
Well, it is much different. Well, it's a different game. In college baseball, they pitch to the barrel. In professional ball, you pitch to the handle. You can break a wooden bat off. You can't break an aluminum bat off. And college pitchers have to make that adjustment. Hitters obviously have to make an adjustment, but college pitchers do as well.
And Fontenot chases a curveball, and that's a second strikeout for Carpenter. 2 down in the inning.
That was a perfect example of what Chris Carpenter does to you. He's just got an outstanding breaking ball. He got Mike out on his front foot on the pitch before, threw a fastball by him upstairs earlier in the at-bat. So what it does to you is, I've got to start forward and catch to that. And then he changes that speed and gets you on the front foot, makes you swing over the top. Outstanding against left-handed hitters. I think that's Chris Carpenter's forte.
Facing a switch hitter here, Coy Hill. So in there today, probably tomorrow, and then we'll see what the Cubs do in terms of their roster move with Giovanni Soto headed to the DL with the oblique strain. You have Jake Fox as a backup catcher today. Swing and a miss. In terms of AAA, Mark Johnson with previous major league time, but he's on the 7-day disabled list. Steve Clevenger and Chris Robinson also catchers at Iowa. So we'll see what the Cubs decide to do this weekend. Jake, of course, he wants to get in the lineup any way he can, and he's happy to catch. You know the drill. Hey, you're looking for a position if you're Jake Fox. Get me in the lineup.
You know, I had 5 gloves when I came to the ballpark. All I wanted to do is be in the lineup. That's exactly what Jake Fox wants himself.
And Hill swings and misses, so Carpenter seems to be settling in. He walked Soriano, but doesn't give up a run. It's 1-0 St. Louis.
I'm the legend killer, Randy Orton.
On WWE Superstars.
Expect everything.
Here's another 90ism with Natty Light. Today's word is Natapult.
Natapult, the act of launching a natty light for the purpose of eliminating time spent walking. As in, Tom, Natapult me a cold one so these vultures don't take my seat.
Natty Light. Now you're talking.
You've got a strawberry Pop-Tart, but I've got a warm, fresh baked strawberry toaster strudel. See the difference?
I do.
Pillsbury toaster strudel, the one kids want to eat.
Kids are hungry after school. That's why I always have Totino's pizza rolls. Big pizza taste in a bite-sized roll. Kids can't resist their delicious pizza flavor. Totino's pizza rolls, the pizza way to snack.
Roundup Extended Control does 2 jobs at once. 1. Kills weeds to the root. 2. Forms a barrier, preventing new ones for up to 4 months. Roundup Extended Control.
Finger and toe area fungal infections require strong medicine. As a pharmacist, I recommend Fungicure.
Fungicure liquid eliminates fungus around nails with powerful antifungal medicine. Just brush it on. It's clear and dries in a snap. Fungicure, the finger and toe fungi specialist.
A lot of people don't know it, but it is possible to void your diploma.
Cub fans, don't forget to visit the WGN Sports Game Zone at WGNTV.com. Brought to you by The Great Escape for up-to-the-minute stats and info designed to give you everything you need to know during the game. WGN Sports Game Zone is available for every Cubs game and is brought to you by The Great Escape. Pools, patio sets, play sets, hot tubs, and more. Third inning. Rasmus, Pujols, and Ludwig for the Cardinals against Rich Harden. And a called strike. Mark DeRosa is back again here at Wrigley Field. Last time we saw him was with Cleveland. Since traded, he was 0 for 9 with the Cardinals before going to the DL with a left wrist strain. And they're not quite sure how much time he's going to miss, but he is going to miss another rematch with Ted Lilly. He hit 2 homers off Ted in spring training and was very much looking forward to facing him, but had the hip injury with Cleveland and now the wrist injury with the Cardinals. Lee can't get it. It's into right. And Rasmus in front of Pujols is on with a leadoff single.
A nice piece of hitting there from Rasmus. Harden elevates again. Gets it by a diving Derek Lee into right field. This ball again just above the waist. Tough customer coming to the plate here.
Last time up in the first inning, they intentionally walked him with a runner at third and 1 out. Change up off the plate outside. 1-0. Pujols with 350 career home runs. First player ever to start his career with 9 straight 30-homer campaigns.
Outstanding base runner to go along with a great offensive player. Great plate coverage.
And Harden doesn't even throw the pitch. His time was called by the home plate umpire Lance Barksdale.
Pretty late. Pujols asked for it, receives it. Harden had started about the same time that Pujols raised his hand.
Late swing and he fouled it back. He was fooled, but he got a piece of it. 1-2.
This pitch had him out, rhythm and timing, had him out on his front foot, tried to keep his hands back and just couldn't get on top of it.
Pulls that ball into left. That'll send Rasmus around at least to third. Jose Oquendo's going to send him as Soriano has trouble with it in the corner, and Pujols on his way to third, and he'll stand there, and it's 2-0 Cardinals.
Well, after the changeup away, where he made an outstanding pitch, Pujols was able to fight it off. Tries to come back inside to Albert, gets it into the corner. Upstairs, stops everything, drops the head on it, hands come down and through the ball and into the corner, drives in a run, and then Alfonso can't pick it up. He has to go back for it twice, and Pujols, we just talked about, a great base runner, advances to third base.
Haven't heard the official scoring at this point. A triple, an RBI, 84 on the year for Albert Pujols. Ludwig pokes that ball into center, and it's 3-0. He has 2 RBIs. And this is that inning you talked about before the ball game today, Keith, as Larry Rothschild's going to head out. Rich, for whatever reason, most of his struggles in the big innings have come very early in a ball game.
It's either in late into the second or into the third that he has had trouble. He has missed upstairs. When he's gotten trouble, he's elevated the ball. It's exactly what's happened in this inning, as he got a ball up to Rasmus, and then with a 1-2 count to Pujols, he's trying to come off the plate with the fastball in. Got it up over the middle of the plate. The best pitch of the inning was the Ludwig single to center there. That was a pretty good job of hitting on that base hit. Still, 3 consecutive knocks and 2 runs across here in the top of the third.
He's also, for whatever reason, had a really tough time at home. A 7.65 ERA at Wrigley Field. Under 260 on the road. So here's Rick Ankiel, 3 straight hits and 2 runs inside ball 1. Ludwig now at first. Pujols with an RBI triple and a run in this inning. A high fly ball out into center for Reed Johnson. Sun's a bit of an issue now. Makes a catch. And 1 out. I don't have to tell you, but it's one of those days where you don't need your sunglasses 1 minute, and the next minute you do.
You need sunglasses in right field and Wrigley every day, no matter what it is. That way, because you never know when it's going to happen. And then the games that start at 1 or 1:20. Center field is the sun field the first 3 or 4 innings of the ball game. Then the sun will move over to the right fielder. Reed Johnson, though, able to secure that. Love to get a double play ball here.
Throw over to first. Ludwig back in time for Yadier Molina, the youngest of the 3 Molina brothers, catching in the majors, but the first to make an all-star team, and he'll start for the NL. One ball, no strikes. Cubs in an early hole here, and they're going to have to find a way to not only stop this Cardinal offense, but get to Chris Carpenter at some point. That's a strike.
The bleeding, you've got to stop the bleeding quickly. You're right. 3 is going to be tough to get. But you sure don't want to be chasing 4 or 5.
Carpenter didn't give up any against the Cubs in 5 innings on May 20th in St. Louis. Fouled back by Molina, 1-2. The Cardinals usually win when Chris Carpenter starts. They're 74-35 in games he has started as a member of the Cardinals.
That's phenomenal. It's around 750 baseball.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 2 outs. Last 4 times out against the Cubs, he hasn't given up a whole lot. His biggest problem has been staying on the field, staying healthy. Some DL time earlier this year, and the injury was a left rib cage muscle strain. It was suffered while swinging the bat, and nothing to do with his pitching.
Some pitchers would soon be in the American League when they don't have to hit, and then you have guys like Carlos that want to be in the lineup every day.
Even in an American League park. Thurston grounds out, but the damage done. 2 runs for the Cardinals. It's 3-0.
Here's Ryan getting ready to make his approach to the men's room.
Looks like he needs to go urgently.
True. And there's Casey about to drive also to the men's room.
He has been going over and over.
They ought to see their doctors.
Could be male urinary symptoms due to BPH and enlarged prostate.
For many guys, prescription Flomax reduces their urinary symptoms due to BPH in 1 week.
And if their doctors do prescribe Flomax, they could get up to $40 off new or refill prescriptions.
So guys already on Flomax can also save. Only your doctor can tell if you have BPH BPH, not a more serious condition like prostate cancer.
Avoid driving or hazardous tasks for 12 hours after your first dose or increase in dose, as a sudden drop in blood pressure may occur, rarely resulting in fainting.
If considering cataract surgery, tell your eye surgeon you've taken Flomax. Common side effects are runny nose, dizziness, and decrease in semen.
Ask your doctor if Flomax is right for you.
And call 877-4FLOMAX for more information and to see if you qualify for up to $40 off new or refill prescriptions.
For many men, Flomax can make a difference in 1 week.
Oh, hi! Welcome to Progressive.com. Are you all right?
A ferocious white whale wrecked my boat.
Well, I'm sure we can help you, Captain
Ahab.
Well, it looks like you haven't had a claim in over 4 years, so you don't have to pay a deductible. That means you saved $500.
$500? I could get an electronic fish finder.
That's the spirit.
Saving you money on boat insurance. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
You know, I hate Chinese checkers, but I love French fries. I hate Belgian waffles, love German shepherds. Can't stand English muffins. Here's a real puzzler. Hate Danish cheese, love cheese Danish.
Oh, I hate it when he's like that.
What, smug?
No, breathing.
The 2009 Chicago Cub baseball season on WGN, your official summer baseball station, is brought to you by Bud Light Lime. Drinkability of Bud Light with the refreshing taste of lime. 3-0 here as we go to the bottom of the third inning. Rich Harden will lead it off.
It's the voice of Keith Moreland filling in for Bob Brenly this weekend. Cubs on the comeback trail here, hopefully. Down 3, first at bat for Harden, and then back to the top. Johnson and Terrio. Sun is out, wind still blowing out. We had a rain delay before the first pitch of 38 minutes, and Rich Harden's done a nice job at the plate this year. That's his 6th hit, 22 at bats.
Well, he looked like he knew what he was doing right there. Got ahead in the count. 1-0, got a fastball. Laced it back up the middle, looking into the dugout to the offensive players and say, hey, this is easy. Every pitcher does it that gets a base hit. They look over and say, hey, it's not that tough.
Who was the best hitting pitcher in your time with the Cubs?
Rick Sutcliffe. That's no question. The best hitting pitcher was Donnie Robinson. Rick Roden was pretty good. Both of them with the Pirates as well.
That's fouled away by Johnson. 1 strike. Reed struck out in the first. Well, it's a kind of day with the wind blowing out, and as we mentioned, in the middle of the order, Lee, Ramirez, Soriano, get them on, and you might need a couple 3-run homers today. It'll be tough to bunch a lot of hits together against Carpenter, but pitchers do make mistakes, even the best.
He has not been terrifically sharp with his breaking ball today. He's still Chris Carpenter, so you start with that. He does have all 4 pitches, but his good overhand curveball has at times been outside the zone.
He's ahead 1-2. Carpenter won the Cy Young in 05, an All-Star twice. He was an All-State baseball and hockey player in high school in New Hampshire. Born in Exeter, New Hampshire. First round pick of the Blue Jays in 1993. Ground ball wide of third. That's foul. For those who don't know, you spent some time with the Cubs in Mesa, Arizona during spring training. You were there for about a week and you had a chance to help instruct the club early on when the roster's pretty big.
Well, and you also get an opportunity to meet some of the guys and see what they're thinking and what their offensive ideas are.
A couple of your former teammates managing or have managed in the Cubs system. Jody Davis, the catching coordinator, but had been managing, and Ryan Sandberg is just finishing up a suspension. I don't know if you saw it. He bumped an umpire, and I think he's been tossed 6 or 7 times this year.
Well, it's the first time Rhino said anything. What a great player and good guy.
He's managing at Double-A Tennessee. 2-2 to Johnson. I love the story in talking about the '84 season. He didn't even know what a magic number was.
Yeah, we all knew though right away. I rode into the ballpark with him most of 1982 when he was like 0 for 19 to start the season in his career, and I kept saying, "You're going to make this game look easy. Just hang in there. It'll come." It didn't take long for it to come.
In the air, and this is deep, and it's going to be caught, however, by Rasmus. Again, that wind is going to push everything back out toward the warning track. 1 out.
Reed just had to reach. He really didn't get his body behind that to drive for it. Ball was out over the plate from him. Got it into the air, squared it up. Not enough breeze today to get it out in the deepest part of the ballpark. Stayed inside it, but really didn't have his body behind it.
So Harden back to first, and Terrio, who's 1 for 1, bounces foul. Terrio's had a good homestand. Came in at .345 on the homestand to this point. Cubs 4-3 as they won 3 out of 4 against Milwaukee, but then dropped 2 of 3 to the Atlanta Braves.
I know you guys have been talking about it throughout this homestand. When you looked at this 2 weeks ago, 3 or 4 games under 500, you say, well, you know, if we can get back home for the big stretch right before the break, it could get healthy. Good weekend this weekend. You could get healthy.
In terms of literal health, and that's a base hit into right. Harden's going to stop at second. It gets past Ludwig, but not allowing Rich to advance another base. 2 on with 1 out. In terms of literal health, you get Ramirez back at the beginning of this week, but since then Ryan Dempster and Giovanni Soto have gone down, so it's just been like the hamster in the treadmill. You just feel like you're spinning your wheels here in terms of this roster.
You know that there's not many band-aids left in that training room as you keep having to put one on the other, and so many freak things. Giovanni just taking batting practice, tweaks an oblique. Ryan jumping the fence, breaks his toe. But you can't blame it on that. As Lou talked about before the game.
Well, nobody feels sorry for you, that's for sure, and it tests your depth, and we've seen a lot of young players come up from Iowa and do very well, including Randy Wells. Got a chance when Carlos Zambrano was hurt. Randy now a big part of the rotation. The 1-0 to Fukudome, and drive to left, and Ankiel now going back on it on the warning track. Had to reach up and make a nice catch. Harden tagging, and he'll slide in safely at third. On the second out of the inning, that ball again kept carrying for Fukudome, and a nice catch by Ankiel, who's normally a center fielder but playing left with Rasmussen center.
And the ball moved a little bit on him right at the end. He made a nice play to have to reach back over his head. He didn't realize the ball was going to carry as far as it did, and he had to reach back, as tagging at second base. Nice athletic play. I'm not really sure that the slide was all that great as he bounced his left knee right off that back.
2 on for Lee. Here's the pitch. Able to hold up. And a good block by Molina.
Well, a catcher is so important to a pitcher with a man on third base. He's got to have faith that you're going to get the ball knocked down, and Molina with a nice job there. That's like driving in a run.
Deep drive for Lee the other way. Ludwig back on the track. Gone! A tie game. There you go. You get him on, you get him in with the power in the middle, and that's now 15 RBIs on the homestand and 5 homers for Derek Lee.
Well, the missed breaking ball set it up. Carpenter fell behind. If you'll go back to the previous at bat, Lee ahead 2-1, took a fastball right down the middle, thinking he was going to get something different this time. Was setting all over fastball. How far did it fly? 379 feet the other way for Derek Lee.
Southwest, how far did it fly? It got out. And a big blow as the Cubs tie it up. 17th homer for Derek. Ramirez pops into right, and this will be Ludwig hauling it in to end the inning. Harden started the rally with a hit, and it was finished by Derek Lee. Back to even at 3.
Put a refreshing spin on your summer. Bud Light Lime. Superior drinkability. Ultimate refreshment. A splash of 100% natural lime flavor. One taste and you'll find the summer state of mind. Bud Light Lime.
It basically took me the whole summer. And I don't know how many times I needed to go to AutoZone, but at least now when I go, it's not on my bike.
Great choice. I don't know what that means, but if you were to lose your job for some reason, the Sears Buyer Protection Program would cover your purchase until you're working again or your appliance is paid off. You know, should you lose your job.
The Sears Buyer Protection Program. One more way we've got you covered when you use your Sears card. Come in now and save 15% on all appliances. Sears, life well spent.
Nice finger. A wart could get used to this. Liquid wart remover. That's all you got? That could take weeks to treat me.
Did it get cold?
Dr. Scholl's Freeze Away removes warts fast with as little as one treatment.
You'll miss me.
Dr. Scholl's Freeze Away.
Hollywood and Dine, what a good idea.
Yeah, we thought so too. Recipes the stars love and the hottest new movies. It's Hollywood and Dine. Hollywood and Dine, Saturday at noon and 9.
Derek Lee continues to come up huge for the Cubs, particularly on this homestand. Not an all-star this year, but he's had an all-star first half. And it's a 3-3 game as we get into the 4th inning.
That's such a great job of actually setting up Carpenter that time. Carpenter missed and fell behind 1-0, and I think the previous at bat really set it up that time. He was looking for something out over the plate and really drove it out of the park. Huge home run for Derek Lee.
Well, if you're traveling and can't watch your Cubs on TV, you can always catch it on your computer with MLB.tv. For more details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Now it's up to Harden here against 8-9-1. And the 1-0 to Carpenter is a strike. Rich gets a sign from Coy Hill, and the pitch. Carpenter late on the fastball, 1-2. Ryan to follow, and then Schumacher for the visitors.
3-run homer also answered the inning, and the Cardinals got a couple in the top.
Just outside. Tomorrow afternoon, Brad Thompson and Ted Lilly, the All-Star. And then on Sunday, we know the 4 starters, we just don't have the order yet. Adam Wainwright and Kyle Loesch scheduled for St. Louis. Loesch will be coming off the disabled list. The assumption is that it'll be game 2 for him. He has a right forearm strain. And then Randy Wells and Carlos Zambrano, probably Wells in game 1 and Z in game 2. Carpenter takes the leadoff walk, and let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
Out of Side Retro Night, Sunday night, starting at 5 East, 2 West on WGN America.
Back here at Wrigley Field, and looking at the Cubs game notes, Randy Wells is listed in game 1, and Zambrano game 2, so he's coming back on normal rest after filling in for Ryan Dempster on short rest Tuesday night. Boy, Keith, this is that inning now where Rich has to find a way to make up for walking the pitcher to lead it off. It's not what he wanted to do.
Not with the top of the order, who's been outstanding. All 3 runs, 3 base hits out of the top 3 spots in the order.
1-1 on the 9-hitter Ryan, who walked in his first plate appearance in the second. Pop up along the first base line, and Derek Lee comes in to make the play. So 1 out with Schumacher coming up. We want to recognize Erin Layden of Chicago. She's been selected as the Cubs Everyday All-Star. MLB and People Magazine have been searching for individuals who have made a difference in their community, so she'll represent the Cubs at the All-Star game coming up in St. Louis on Tuesday. She began a foundation to help families who have children suffering from epilepsy. Erin Layden, the Cubs Everyday All-Star. Congratulations. 1-0 on Schumacher. Pitch. Johnson out in center. 2 down.
Rich with a nice pitch there. He got in on his hands. A chance to maybe get out of a leadoff walk, especially to the pitcher to start an inning.
Fans on the rooftops. Some are paying attention, some are just having a good time.
Those rooftops look a lot different than they did when I first came to this city of Chicago.
Rasmus bounces it foul. Some of those newly constructed bleachers. It's right behind the foul pole and left out on Waveland.
They're up there quite a ways as well.
One and one on Rasmus. Pujols lurking on deck. 2 outs. The pitcher Carpenter's at first. Derek Lee's playing behind him. 2-1. A bloated pitch count for Rich Harden. He's hit 70 already, and we're only in the 4th inning.
This is a big pitch right here. Don't want to go to 3-1.
Well, we are email accessible. It's Len and Bob at chicagonow.com. But please send us an email for Keith if you have one this weekend. You can also tweet us at twitter.com/Len and Bob. Two-2 pitch. He's run it full. Carpenter will get a head start with action. Tony La Russa goes back a long way with Lou Piniella, both from the Tampa area, and managing against one another in this tight NL Central race. We'll do it again.
Well, I'd venture to guess that this is the 72nd pitch for Rich will be a big one right here. Brings an out here big time.
And if you can't get Rasmus, we would not be surprised to see some action in the Cubs pen. Quiet at the moment. Another 3-2 and another foul. Well, with the day-night doubleheader on Sunday, you'd like to get a nice deep outing for Harden, even though the bullpen was rested with the off day yesterday. Cardinals pen rested because Joel Pinheiro went the distance in Milwaukee.
Well, bullpen's been outstanding, though. But you know you're going to be taxed with 27 innings. And the weather's supposed to be nice both days. So you can't plan on having any weather. You've got to get 27 innings worth of pitching out of your starters and your bullpen over the weekend and a few days off.
This battle continues, swing and a miss. So he finally gets Rasmus. So Pujols will have to lead off the 5th. It's a 3-3 tie to the bottom of the 4th.
Having the right tools is crucial to being able to manage your diabetes properly. It's very important for me to check my blood sugar before I go on stage. Being on when I'm feeling low can be like a roller coaster. It does at times feel like my body's telling me to do one thing and my mind and my heart is telling me to do something else. Managing my highs and lows is super important. With my contour meter, I can personalize my high-low settings, so it really does micromanage where my blood sugar needs to be. I'm Nick Jonas, and never slowing down is my simple win.
Thursday. Finally. Dinner with the girls tonight. Mexican or Italian? I really want dessert tonight. I better skip breakfast. Yep. This is all I need.
Skipping breakfast to get ahead? Research shows that women that eat breakfast, like the Special K breakfast, actually weigh less. The Special K breakfast now in blueberry. So why skip when you can eat all this and still weigh less?
Victory is sweet.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Time to have a ball with our friends at the Illinois Lottery. Keith had no idea how much we eat in the booth. But it is National Hot Dog Month. And Levy Restaurant's executive chef David Burns brought us some hot dogs all decked out. Lots of relish and mustard and onions and tomatoes, pickles, everything. It's today's Have a Ball thanks to the Illinois Lottery. Americans eat about 16 billion hot dogs each year. As Soriano slices one the other way, but it'll be Ryan Ludwig to make the catch. I got to tell you, partner, I wasn't that hungry until they brought the hot dogs in. I might finish this thing. Pretty good.
Well, you can afford to finish it. My waistline probably will not allow me to finish as much food as y'all put in front of me today.
Well, good stuff. We still have them right here. And
oh, yeah.
I want to go this way. Yes. Very nice. It says eating is not a spectator sport. Dig in.
Yeah.
So there you go.
It's not a spectator sport. You're right. I don't think we want to put that on national television, me eating a hot dog.
Too late. The 0-1 to Mike Fontenot is outside on a curve, 1-1. We did get an email from Ron Pritchard from Dixon, Illinois. And kick saved by Carpenter, though it cost him an infield hit. So Fontenot is aboard. Carpenter tried to knock it down, but got into no man's land between Carpenter and Thurston, and that was it.
You can see from our Southwest Sky Cam here that Chris Carpenter cost himself. He reached out and definitely put his right foot out there and ricocheted. He didn't reach down with his glove. I believe that Brendan Ryan would have been able to make that play, but Mike did not get a good jump out of the box. He was sort of tied up inside. Carpenter reaching out with his skate. We will have a Blackhawk singing the 7th inning stretch today.
Yeah, that's right. The kick save is Ryan's backpedaling and retires Coy Hill. So Ron Pritchard's question from Dixon, Illinois: can the hitters really tell the difference between a fastball in the low 90s and one in the mid to upper 90s? And you often hear about guys who change speeds well. I often hear the guys with an upper 80s fastball, they can make it look like mid 90s if they slow everything else down, right?
You're right, and there's no question that you know the difference. Hitting, as we've talked about already, is rhythm and timing, and somebody that can change your timing by getting the ball there quicker with velocity makes a huge difference. Guys that pitch 89, 90, when you talk to pro scouts, they're advanced scouts will say he'll top 91 and he'll pitch 89 to 90. Well, that top is that one fastball that's upstairs. As Harden pulls this ball foul, but what happens to you when a guy can move that up and he pitches 93 to 94 as Chris Carpenter does and then throws 196? It's just a different dimension. You have to start the bat a little earlier. It changes your timing. And the way you can also do that with an 86-mile-an-hour pitch.
Rich is 2 for 2. That'll send Fontenot all the way to third. Now a good chance to take the lead as Reed Johnson will come up. Rich Harden has not had one of his best days on the mound, but he's helping his team at the plate.
He's done a nice job of hitting. Gets ahead in the count. Stays back. Rifles this ball to center field. Nice base running from Mike Fontenot, understanding that he was going to have third right away.
Two hits in the inning. And now 6 on the day. And it is Johnson who's 0 for 2. Thurston plays right at the edge of the grass at third. Pujols is holding on hard into first. And line into center. But again, a ball hit a little bit too well as Rasmus makes the play. Cubs lead 2. We'll head to the 5th. It's 3-3 from Wrigley.
Instability, bad.
Nailed it.
Drinkability, good. Not too heavy, not too light. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
From Wagner comes a revolution in power painting. Optimus dual tip technology with a more refined spray pattern here. This dual tip design delivers better paint coverage here, superior control here, and a beautiful finish here. All of which adds more to life out here. The new Optimus Power Painter with dual tip technology only from Wagner. And now, Wagner brings you the first and only cordless power painter with Optimus technology at Lowe's for just $169.
See you tomorrow, Steve.
Tony Stewart. Thank you, Tony.
Tony? Armor All wash, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare. And to clean your car while you shine, try Armor All Protect It.
Roundup Extended Control does 2 jobs at once. 1. Kills weeds to the root. 2. Forms a barrier, preventing new ones for up to 4 months. Roundup Extended Control.
Detachability, bad.
Now, you see, that's why I don't ride a bike.
Drinkability, good. Not too heavy, not too light. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
Now time for the 5th inning, brought to you by Subway. Hey, Chicagoland viewers, how would you like to win 5 $5 footlongs from Subway? Just be the 500th texter to text Subway to 97999. Go to WGNTV.com for complete info and rules. So Pujols leads off the 5th in a 3-3 tie, game 1 of 4. Big series here. Every game's basically 2 games in the standings. And you're playing the first place club, and not a bad idea here as Coy Hill's going to go out and talk with Harden before the first batter of the inning. This is not something you normally see, but I think we understand why.
Well, with the guy coming to the plate, it's the reason that you understand that. Let's don't make a mistake and allow him. I mean, first base is okay. We still got chances. He hits it further than that, you got troubles.
RBI triple. The one time he was allowed to swing the bat, that was in the 3rd inning. Here we go. Harden against Pujols. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string and got him to miss it. Got that back foot right on the back line. High fly to center. Johnson is back on it. He's starting to run out of room, and it's into the basket. Just over the yellow line. That's a homer. Number 351 for Albert Pujols. And again, he understands the day, Keith. Get it up in the jet stream.
That's exactly right. It just didn't look like he got enough of it, but how strong is Albert Pujols? Strong enough to get it into the basket just over the top of the 400-foot sign. Didn't get it all. It wasn't, he knew right there that he wasn't sure that he got it all, but got enough of it. Ball just kept carrying. Reed Johnson back to the wall, just into the basket.
Ludwig swings and misses, so 4-3 St. Louis. 32 homers, 85 RBIs for Albert Pujols here in the first half.
And when's the All-Star break?
It can't come soon enough.
Unbelievable numbers.
Well, you see why he got the most votes of anyone.
He got mine.
Ball still sitting in the basket. Out in center. Tell you what, if it had stayed in, Johnson would have caught it.
Oh, he did a nice
plays
job.
his field as well as any outfielder I've seen in a long time.
He got back, had his hand against the ivy in a situation where he could jump, so he knew exactly where the wall was. But just too much carry with the wind blowing out.
And some of the great catches in this ballpark are not just on the field, but in the stands as well.
Don't lean forward, though. Oh, he was excited. Right hand. Must be a left-handed thrower.
Braced himself with the left hand, looking up at our booth. Yeah, we got a shot of it, sir.
Nice goal.
In the dirt, 3-2. DL time this year for Ludwig with a strained right hamstring. Was back in May. And he drives one the other way for his second hit. He's had a really good day, and he's been hot lately. He's 2 for 2 this afternoon with a sac fly and 2 knocked in.
You can see him grow as a hitter. In the last 18 months, he used to be a very much pull hitter early in his career. Now late in at bats, as he went 3-2 there, you can see didn't try to do too much with it, even though he's hitting behind Albert. Just goes the other way. Bullpen gets active for the Cubs.
Samardzija is up as Ankiel takes it inside. Ball 1. Well, because these two teams meet so often, this great rivalry as Larry Rothschild's going to come out and give Samardzija some time. I think he'll stay out there as long as possible and wait for Lance Barksdale to come out. You talked about the doubleheader sweep back in '84. These two teams have had some big series that have been swing series throughout the last decade or so. It just always seems like no matter where they are in the standings, when the Cubs and Cardinals get together, they're very important games.
And it's changed so much too, Lynn, because of the fact is this is the last appearance for the Cardinals at Wrigley in 2009, where the schedule is so much different now with interleague play. You don't have the same number of games. You used to have so many games within the division. You knew that they were going to make 3 trips in. The division foes were. You were going to go to their place 3 times a year. And because of that, you don't get that opportunity, those head-on-head battles where, as you mentioned earlier, it's a 2-game swing in the standings. You can obviously jump 2 games a day, and the Cubs come into this game only 1 down in the loss column to the Cardinals. The Cardinals have obviously won 6 more games.
Missed again, 3-0, and we're getting to the point where when Samardzija is ready, I think Lou is going to be very quick to pull Harden out of this game unless he can get it together very quickly. That one hammered on a 3-0, so they gave Ankiel the green light on the 3-0 pitch.
It really doesn't surprise me. Trying to get a guy going, a guy that's got some power, struggle with his power numbers. Tony La Russa turns him loose. Wind blowing out, understanding it's going to be a day where you're going to have to score some more runs.
Fouled away again. Harden just has not been able to get ahead of batters. 9 first pitch strikes against 23 hitters. Definitely has to be some concern about Rich, who 2 starts ago was really good. Gave up a lot of hits, but the results were excellent. Last time out, not good, and he has struggled again today. High bouncer past Lee. Harden has to cover first. That'll go 4-1 to get Ankiel. With Molina coming up.
Rich did a nice job, though, of not becoming a spectator. At times, as a pitcher, you're trying to struggle to throw some strikes. You become a fielder as soon as you throw it. He was easily there. Derek went after it. Nice job by Fontenot to hit Harden, but runner in the scoring position here with 1 out.
So here's Molina with an RBI opportunity. Molina has become an offensive force. Struggled early on at the dish in his career, but he's not known just as a defensive catcher anymore.
His stance has changed too. I think it's one of the other things. He's opened himself up a little bit at the plate, allowed himself to wait on the ball longer.
Fukudome going back on it, still going back, makes a running catch. Ludwig was halfway to third. He'll have to retreat to second. That's a beauty by Kosuke Fukudome. Saved the run. 2 down.
He just does an outstanding job of getting a jump. And as a corner outfielder, you see a ball that heads into a gap, you're going to get to it with your first step. Not only your speed, but it's what you do in your first step. Molina quite upset with it. He thought he had an RBI double. Fukudome takes it away from him. That is a big play. You and I both keep scoring. Doing ball games, I always look back. I look back at the second inning when Harden got out of that with a star, and you can hang a star on that one. You get out of this inning just giving up 1. That could be a big play in the ball game.
No doubt. Here's Thurston. Still not out of it. 1 ball, no strikes. Thurston, a former top prospect at second base in the Dodger organization. Swing and a miss on a change. 1-1.
Great pitch there. Thurston was swinging at the express. Got the local way out in front.
To be heating up here at the ballpark. Humid after the rain we got earlier. 70 degrees when we started. It's a lot warmer than that now. And it's 3-1, so Harden working behind in the count again. Now the pitcher Carpenter's on deck.
I would not be surprised if they'll just intentionally walk him here.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
Now the question is, do you want to go to the bullpen to try to get Carpenter out, or you want to allow Harden a chance to get him out?
They're going to give Rich a chance here. If Carpenter gets on, there's no doubt that'll be it for Harden, as Jose Oquendo. Very quick word for Carpenter. First and second, 2 outs. Pujols led off the inning with a home run to straightaway center, his 32nd homer of the year. That missed badly. 1-0.
I'm not sure that Chris Carpenter knew what to do there. It sort of slipped out of Rich's hand. He sort of went forward. He almost moved his head right into the baseball.
So even if he gets out of this inning, I think that's going to be it for him. He's nearing 100 pitches on the afternoon. Outside 2-0. Carpenter swung away, and it's 2-1.
Well, it's probably going to be the best pitch of the at-bat to hit for Carpenter. He knew a fastball was coming, he just couldn't catch up.
I think Rich is going to leave any in the tank here, understanding the situation with the bullpen up. He has continued to struggle in the strike throwing department. He's now over 100 pitches. 2-2 on Carpenter. Here it is. And he struck him out to end the threat, but Pujols led it off with a go-ahead home run. It's now 4-3 St. Louis.
Moms know that kids need calcium for healthy growth. But did you know that to help absorb calcium, they need vitamin D? More moms choose Yoplait to give their kids calcium and vitamin D. Yoplait Kids, Trix Yogurt, and Go-Gurt, the taste they love and the calcium and vitamin D they need. Yoplait, the one for kids.
Wow, sweet minivan. Woo!
That's minivan A to you.
It's raining!
With the great taste of a McDonald's McCafe Mocha, a better day is possible. Freshly ground espresso, real steamed milk, and decadent chocolate. Go ahead, McCafe your day.
2 medium cappuccino.
You're ready for the mid-morning rush, thanks to a good breakfast.
1 coffee with room, 1 large mocha latte. Medium macchiato, light hot chocolate, hold the whip, 2 espresso. Make 1 double.
She's fiber-focused.
I have 2 cappuccinos, 1 coffee with room, 1 large mocha latte, a medium macchiato, a light hot chocolate, hold the whip, and 2 espressos, 1 with a double shot.
Gonna take more than coffee to stay this focused.
Stay full and focused through the morning with a breakfast of Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheat Cereal, an excellent source of fiber that helps you avoid the distraction of mid-morning hunger.
No thanks, I'm good.
A lot of people don't know it, but it is possible to void your diploma. And the winner of the Jerry Lewis Award
The Bud Light Concert Series is back. Styx with REO Speedwagon and 38 Special. Now that's my time. We'll be playing tonight at Charter One Pavilion. Brought to you by Bud Light. The tickets are available exclusively at livenation.com. Styx, REO Speedwagon, and 38 Special tonight. Brought to you by Bud Light. Bud Light, the difference is drinkability. Oh, man, that's some music from my time right there.
Good stuff. Ryan Theriot, it's a slow roller to Skip Schumacher as we start the bottom of the 5th. First out, Ryan has made today's 2 for 3. And that'll bring up Kosuke Fukudome batting third. Aaron Heilman has just gotten up in the bullpen. Rich Harden needing 101 pitches to get through 5 tough innings, but finding a way to at least keep his team in this game, Keith. He did not have his good stuff today.
He did not. He did not have command. You talked about strikes. He didn't get ahead in the count, but really competed. I think that's the thing that you want to see. You know, guys got to learn to compete even when he doesn't have great stuff. Rich Harden did not have a good outing his last outing. A good one today. Kept his team in the ball club and his ball club in the game. I mean, the wind's blowing out. More runs are going to be scored today.
I would agree. 1-1. The key now is to try to get Carpenter's pitch count up. Just 55 pitches through the first 4 innings. And then you had Theriot making it out on the first pitch as Kosuke Shows bunt, pulls it back. His former Chunichi Dragon teammate Kenshin Kawakami beat the Cubs on Wednesday, but Fukudome hit a home run. It was the only Cubs run in a 4-1 loss. Kosuke has been in that leadoff spot, but batting third with Johnson in the lineup, and also Milton Bradley out, so Kosuke's playing right. 3-1 on him with Derek Lee on deck. Strike 2, and it's full.
They made a real nice catch to keep this a 4-3 ball game in the top of the inning. Love to get on here and get the meat to the plate.
And it's caught by Carpenter, so Kosuke lines out to the pitcher. A nice play by Carpenter.
Well, Carpenter had a skate save that gave up a base hit. This time he takes one away, reaches out, catches it right off with a thumb. I'm sure that didn't feel good. As caught him down a little bit on the thumb, but able to secure it. 2 quick outs.
That was a curveball got away from Carpenter. Fans didn't like that it was near Lee after the home run, but no harm, no foul. The 1-0. Well, it's 2-0. Derek's wife Christina, along with Kevin Gregg and his wife Nicole, served dinner last night at the Lincoln Park Community Shelter on Fullerton. The shelter serves meals and has a safe living space for guests. Great to see the Cubs and the Cubs' wives involved in the Lakeview and Chicago community. That's a strike. Cubs players, and again, and their wives don't get nearly enough credit for the work they do throughout the community. Guys don't seek out that spotlight.
Well, you always feel as a player that you want to give back. A lot of folks are supporting you day in and day out here at Wrigley.
A lot of opportunities to give back here in Chicago as Lee takes the walk. That keeps the inning alive for Ramos, who has lined out to left and flied to right. Second walk issued by Carpenter. It's only a 4-3 deficit. Cardinals have had many more chances than the Cubs, but that big 3-run homer by Derek Lee got them back in the ballgame. Now, if you put yourself in Ramirez's shoes, missing 50 games with the dislocated left shoulder, still looking for that first home run off the disabled list.
I was going to go to that exact point. I think the first thing, timing is tough to get back, and then the mental aspect of understanding, can I do the things that I used to do when you've had an injury? Is it secure? Is everything going to be all right if I turn this thing loose? I think it'll take a while. I'm not sure that's going to happen in that first week to 10 days when you come back, that you're going to feel as comfortable as you will in the second half of the season. He's a very good summertime hitter. You look at his numbers throughout his career. When it gets hot, his numbers start to expand. I think after the break, you'll start to see Ramirez get back into the flow of things, especially in the power department.
Carpenter careful here with Lee and Ramirez. He's a longtime pitching coach, Dave Duncan. They have pitched extremely well lately.
They've been fantastic.
Leading the majors in July ERA at 2.15. Their bullpen even better at 1.26 this month. And their closer, Ryan Franklin, didn't even start the year as their closer made the All-Star team. We're going to get Kyle Loesch back on Sunday.
Dave Duncan has always been a pitching coach that talks about pitching to contact. He wants to see his pitchers not use as many pitches.
That'll be a base hit. Lee was moving with the pitch, so he'll easily get around to third. So 2-out rally starting with the walk to Lee. Now the single by Aramis. And another guy coming up who hasn't been hitting for power lately. That's Alfonso Soriano.
Soriano gets it going, though. He can put a whole ball club right on his back. These are the scenarios we talked about before the game, not in the leadoff spot, but in a situation here. He could get one airborne. Cubs could grab their first lead of the day.
Breaking ball was inside. It has been over a month, believe it or not, since his last home run. 103 at bats. It was June 7th in Cincinnati when he hit his 14th home run. This would be a pretty good time for another one.
Well, he's going to have to. Carpenter missed with a breaking ball, got a fastball. He's going to have to do it on a breaking ball. I don't think Carpenter will give in with the fastball here.
Swing and a miss. Well, teams have figured out that Fonzie likes the heat and has struggled in his career against curveballs and sliders. And if he gets a fastball here, Keith's probably going to be over his head. He's up in the zone. That's probably the only place he'll get one.
2 strikes.
Gets the breaking ball and hits it foul. And as a batter, if you're Soriano, obviously you know that that's what's coming, and the key is, I guess, to try to lay off that pitch that you know is not a strike, which was easier said than done.
It is much easier said than done. And keep your hands back. That's your hands start forward on an off-speed pitch.
And he drives it to left, but another hard hit ball at a defender. Ankiel had that ball knuckle on him, but he makes the catch. Cubs lead 2. They trail 4-3.
You know, I hate Chinese checkers, but I love French fries. I hate Belgian waffles, love German shepherds. Can't stand English muffins. Here's a real puzzler. Hate Danish cheese, love cheese Danish.
Oh, I hate it when he's like that.
What, smug?
No, breathing.
Hi, may I help you?
Yeah, I'm looking for car insurance that isn't going to break the bank.
You're in the right place. Only Progressive gives you the option to name your price. Here.
A price gun?
Mm-hmm.
So I tell you what I want to pay.
And we build you a policy to fit your budget.
That's cool. Feel so empowered.
Power to the people.
The option to name your price. New and only from Progressive. Call or click today.
Excuse me, would you eat 12 teaspoons of sugar?
What?
That's what's in your energy drink.
Oh, nasty.
Not only sugar, but 200 calories per can.
Look, all I want is energy.
Then try 5-Hour Energy. It has 0 sugar and only 4 calories.
It's kind of small, isn't it?
So it takes seconds to drink, and boom, you get the energy boost you want without the crash or jitters.
No crash, huh?
Still want that energy drink?
No, thanks. Take the 5-Hour Energy.
5-Hour Energy. Hours of energy now.
No crash later.
Great choice. I don't know what that means, but if you were to lose your job for some reason, the Sears Buyer Protection Program would cover your purchase until you're working again or your appliance is paid off. You know, should you lose your job.
The Sears Buyer Protection Program. One more way we've got you covered when you use your Sears card. Come in now and save 15% on all appliances. Sears, life well spent.
Wrigleyville Rooftops has premier seating for up to 200 guests for corporate gatherings, family reunions, and bachelor or bachelorette parties. Individual and group tickets are available for all games. For more details, go to WrigleyvilleRooftops.com or call 773-248-ROOF. Well, Alfonso Soriano, I mean, when you're in a slump, and we've seen signs of him at least picking up some hits. This time he hit the ball hard. But, Keith, you were talking with a former Tiger teammate of yours, Alan Trammell. Watch his reaction. You can just see the despair. A guy who's desperately trying to get out of a slump and can't buy a hit.
You feel like you're never going to get another one, even though as good a player, he's going to get a ton more throughout his career. It's just the toughest thing is emotionally push through situations that Alfonso's in right now, and he's going to get some big hits, and he's going to be an important part of this offense before the season's done.
Aaron Heilman is in for Rich Harden. Well, Alan Trammell, we were talking with him before the game. He was saying how
what a great player.
Tony Gwynn, went through an 0 for 20. The longest slump of his career, and even he admitted, am I ever going to hit again? But he said he followed it up with like a 19 for 34 or whatever it was, 13 for 20.
That's Tony Gwynn, too. The rest of us went 6 for 19 to get out of it. And all of a sudden, we're 6 for 40, and Tony Gwynn's 19 for 40 because he rolled 19 out of 20.
Aaron Heilman got off to a slow start and walked a lot of people, but been a lot better lately as he has settled into his role in front of Carlos Marmol. A lot of times pitching in tie games or maybe down a run situations like this. If you just joined us, former Cub great Keith Moreland is with us in for Bob Brenly this weekend. And a ground ball through the hole on the left side. That's a base hit for Brendan Ryan.
This Sunday, AM/PM day at Wrigley Field. Watch the Cubs take on the Cardinals at 7:05. Be sure to arrive early. The first 20,000 fans will receive a Cubs cooler bag. Compliments of AM/PM. Too much good stuff.
You see that ball rolling through the hole on the left side. Since Aramis Ramirez has come back, it's amazing at how he has not had really any action at third base. He's had to catch a pop-up or two, but we haven't seen him in a spot where he's had to think about diving, which is something that, like we said earlier, easier said than done. With the dislocated shoulder, he's going to have to be really careful about how he goes after balls that normally he would dive for.
It's all about what mentally, they would not release him to come play if he wasn't ready to go, and it could withstand what he needs to do to be a player. But it's that mental part of being able to think, can I do this?
Line into center. Johnson will pick it knee high with the catch, and that sends Ryan back to first.
That's a nice play. Reed plays fairly deep in center field, but a nice jump. You cannot afford a false step on a ball like that. Able to make a nice running catch. The ball sort of moved on him at the last minute. He was coming in, had to move back to his right. Caught it about knee high.
Heilman would love to draw up a double play here with Rasmus at the plate and Pujols on deck. He's going to throw to first, and Ryan back in plenty of time. Got the old school stirrups from both Brendan Ryan and the pitcher Aaron Heilman.
Some teams used to make you wear your uniform in that style.
Your era included the skinny stirrups.
Oh yeah, there was not much there. I do like the soccer style sock myself. So you can see the old style stirrups and sanitaries.
That's low.
I'm not sure that it's used very often throughout the league. A lot of people will ask, well, what's a sanitary? It's a very thin, tall sock. It's a white sock you wear underneath your stirrup. Most guys either wear a tube sock under it or two pair in their shoe.
And I hate to give away too many secrets, but some guys don't even wear stirrups. They wear socks that have the stirrups painted on them.
Oh yes.
Now those are real. Those are stirrups with the sanitaries underneath for Reed Johnson. The 3-0 pitch, and that's a strike. And Aaron Heilman cannot afford to walk this guy. Well, those would be the painted on version.
Some long johns underneath them, it looks like there. It's not a day where you really need long johns. There are a lot of days here at Wrigley's where you do.
Yeah, recently, in fact. Fouled back. Good cut by Rasmus. Well, you live in Austin, Texas. You said it's been in the triple digits.
Oh, it's 105 there today, I'm sure. It's been over 100 degrees most of the month of June and all of July. A very hot, dry summer. Extreme drought in Texas. I would think you'll probably see Ryan off with this pitch here. A chance for maybe a strike him out, throw him out double play.
Heilman thinking the same thing and trying to cut short that lead over there. The Cardinals have had 2 leads today. The latest created on the Pujols leadoff home run in the 5th. Ryan does not run, and it's ball 4. He barely missed.
Just off of the plate. Huge pitch here, 3-2. And sinker just misses the outside corner. Sometimes as a catcher, you got to tell that umpire, God, you're killing me. I got to have that pitch. Did not get it. Crucial time here.
Well, they're at least going to act like they're going to pitch to Pujols, but we'll see. If Heilman misses on the first couple, they may just walk him loaded to get to Ludwig. I mean, you're in that area now with Pujols where he just isn't missing anything. That's what happens to the pitching coach.
It makes you wear a jacket, have your head tucked down just a little bit. Crucial pitch here.
(2-0). So difficult to get hitters of the caliber of Albert Pujols, and there aren't many, to get them to expand their zone to the point where they're going to get themselves out.
He just doesn't do it. He has a great feel for the strike zone and situations. He will expand it when he knows he needs to expand it. That's the other thing. Here with 1 out, he doesn't have to expand it. If he walks, it will load the bases with 1 out.
(3-0).
You can't give in here either.
Well, we've already seen Ankiel swing away on 3-0, and you know Pujols pretty much always has the opportunity to decide if he wants to swing or not. And Hill's now just going to head out and talk about it. Well, Bob and I have this discussion all the time. You know, trying to pitch around a guy like Pujols or previously Barry Bonds, it's so difficult to do it. But you do see managers and pitching coaches at least want to attempt to do it. It's rare that it works out, though.
You're right, but what you want to try to do sometimes, it'll also, and I'm sure y'all have discussed this, sometimes a pitcher's got a feel where he's putting the ball, and all of a sudden he's trying to miss so much different than when he comes back to the next hitter. He falls behind because he doesn't have the feel of the strike zone again.
There's ball 4. So the intentional walk.
We'll bring Larry Rothschild back out to visit. First time he's been to the mound.
We're going to see some more action in the Cubs pen here in a second.
Marshall, a lefty, will get up in the Cub bullpen. Double play we talk about all the time is a pitcher's best friend. Right now the Cubs in dire need of a double play. Wind not as strong as it was earlier, but still a day when runs can come. Or you could love to be chasing just 1 at the outside 2 rather than 3 or 4.
Well, it started with Harden, has now transferred to Heilman. The Cubs pitchers have had to battle through some jams today. And Heilman is in 1 here. Bases loaded, 1 out. Ryan Ludwig, who's already 2 for 2 with 2 knocked in. Double play depth around. Big swing and a miss. 5 grand slams for the Cardinals already this season. 4 have come off the bat of Albert Pujols.
That was a great pitch, though. Tied him up inside with the fastball in the first pitch.
Way inside. 1-1.
This might be where you change speed with a good changeup or a split. Try to get him to roll over the top of it.
Stays with the fastball. It's 2-1. So he's thrown in 3 heaters. And now a very crucial pitch. Does not want to get down 3-1 with the bases loaded.
Slider, the good one. As a hitter, you just can't anticipate that pitch. Comes back with a real nice slider and breaks it to the outside corner.
A 2-2 base hit left field. Ryan is in. Rasmus right behind him. Pujols trying to stretch it to third, and Ramos couldn't handle it, and that allows Ludwig to get the second. Boy, it looked like they had Pujols at third, but Ramirez dropped the throw on the bounce, and it's now 6-3 St. Louis.
Well, tried to come back with a fastball. Stayed in the middle of the plate. Ludwig drove it to left field. That got 2 in for sure. The throw coming in from Soriano comes to third base. It looks like no question he's got it. It's an in-between hop. Ramos just went down to make the tag before he secured it. Couldn't put it away.
Meanwhile, 1-0 on Ankiel. Pitched out on the first one to see if Cardinals might think about a squeeze. Two and 0. Second time the Cardinals have led by 3.
I think you've got to almost walk him here to load the bases. Still 1 out in the inning. They're going to pitch to him. Ankiel has already swung a 3-0 pitch in the ballgame.
So the third walk of the inning for Heilman, and it'll bring up Molina. Bases are loaded again.
Infield will go to double play depth. Need one here now.
Fastball missing low on Molina.
It's hard to defend the base on balls.
Sure is. And as we said before, it was a real problem for Heilman early on in the season. Popped up. Terrio goes out. Pujols ready to tag, and an outfield. No, it's dropped by Soriano, and they will get a force at second. But Pujols scores, and it's now 7-3. So Molina will get an RBI, and what ends up being a strange fielder's choice. Well, it made sense, Keith, to have the outfielder make the catch, because if Terrio catches it, I think Pujols tries to go, and then Soriano just couldn't haul it in.
He just took his eye off at the last minute, caught him in the hill. He knew he was going to have to make a throw. I think you're right. I think Pujols was back to tag. I think it goes as a fielder's choice on the play. Not sure Pujols would have made it. He might have been just trying to fake, but the 3 players right there together, communication sometimes is difficult. Terrio got out of the way. Soriano just couldn't secure it. Hit him off the heel of his glove, and leads to another run.
So a 7-4 fielder's choice and an RBI for Molina, and a ball that should have been caught. Pujols continues to make things happen. He's scored 3 runs. Fouled back by Thurston.
A very aggressive base running by Pujols to try to go to third in the inning. And he might have been out if the ball had been secured. And by Ramirez on the tag, he just tried to tag him too quickly. Instead, it leads to another run. Just an outstanding job doing everything. Albert Pujols.
He's been a nightmare for the Cubs today. There's no doubt about that. Well, that's the big difference between Pujols and Bonds. Is when Bonds would get walked, he was a station-to-station guy at the end of his career. But Albert Pujols is maybe their best base runner, not the fastest, but he takes chances. Molina was going with the 1-2 pitch. Hit fouled by Thurston.
Well, he moved into scoring position earlier in the game on a sacrifice fly. Goes first to third on a base hit to left field in the inning. Also will swipe a bat if need be.
Okay, Albert, we get it.
Yeah, no kidding. You're good.
That's behind the batter and allows Ludwig to score. And it's 8-3 on a wild pitch.
It's a breaking ball. Starts out at the hitter, Thurston. No chance for Hill. There's not much you can do about that. You're anticipating a breaking ball, but you also lose sight of it there as the left-handed hitter, the plate, goes behind him. You're estimating where it's going to break to. No chance to get the runner at the plate.
Meanwhile, 2-2 on Thurston. They've scored 4 times. And the lead is now 5. Tapper back to Heilman. No underhand toss to Lee. 8 come to the plate. Half of them score, and it's now St. Louis 8 and the Cubs 3.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Pepsi. Refresh everything. Visit refresheverything.com.
Basically, it's about stomach. I'm good.
Be honest here, man.
Fuck it.
I'm good. My bad. I'm good. I'm the man!
I'm good. Ready? No.
Men can take anything.
I'm good.
Except the taste of Diet Cola. Until now, Pepsi Max, the first Diet Cola for men.
This is good.
Would you one time let me be myself so I can shine with my own light? Let me be myself. Please, will you one time let me be myself so I can shine with my own light? Let me be myself for a while, if you don't mind. Let me be.
When Domino's American Legends were created, we had no idea the feud that would ensue.
Our Cali chicken goes big.
Y'all can't touch this Memphis barbecue chicken.
Well, you best get ready for your provolone beatdown.
Please, how about we put some South in your mouth?
Domino's American Legends. You decide the best of the best.
Roundup Extended Control does 2 jobs at once. 1. Kills weeds to the root. 2. Forms a barrier, preventing new ones for up to 4 months. Roundup Extended Control.
Let's check out today's Honda Accord game summary. Been the Albert Pujols show today. His 351st career homer. He has scored 3 times. He's been on all 4 times. Derek Lee with his 275th career home run. That tied the game back in the 3rd inning. Visit your Honda dealer. Test drive a 2009 Honda Accord. Down 5. That was an ugly top of the 6th for the Cubs, to say the least.
Didn't throw strikes, didn't catch it. Look at the scoreboard from a 3-3 ball game in the bottom of the fourth. Since then, 5 unanswered by the Cardinals.
1-2 on Fontenot, Coy Hill, and then a pinch hitter for the Cubs in this inning against Chris Carpenter. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hasn't struck out a ton today. It's only 4, but he's only walked 1.
Done a great job with his pitch count. Hasn't had that great breaking ball that accustomed to seeing from Chris Carpenter, but he's done a nice job of spotting his fastball.
Well, you hit on something very important early on. Because he's so good with all of his pitches, if one of his breaking balls isn't working, he doesn't have to use it. He battles you. And he can find a way even when he doesn't have his best stuff. Rich Harden battled today. Gave up 4 runs in 5 innings. Jeff Baker is in the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss. There was something I noticed. It was kind of an interesting comment from John Smoltz when he became a closer. He said, as a starter, if I didn't have anything early, I had a few innings to get it back. But when he became a closer, he said, if you don't have it that day, you're probably not going to win. You didn't have time to recover that slider or split. You just had to scrap it and hope for the best. Hold on for dear life in the 9th inning.
Well, most of the time closers are 2 pitch guys too. They don't need multiple pitches. They're going to try to be as good as they can with 2 pitches.
Called strike 3. 2 quick outs, both on strikeouts.
Great fastball there. Started it off the plate, tailed it back to the inside corner. Nothing you can do sometimes as a hitter. Tip your cat, put your sword away, and head back to the dugout as he just brought that ball back to the inside corner with the heater.
Got to be honest, I don't know about the mustache of Chris Carpenter as he faces Jeff Baker.
Well, it's working.
If it's working, he'll keep it.
You're right.
I'm sure there are a lot of Cardinal wives who have decided that this is not the sort of superstition that they enjoy.
Right.
But
it's better than shaving your head.
I guess so. Two and one. Randy Wolf changed his uniform number. Try to shake things up, and he got the win for the Dodgers last night. His first win in 8 starts. And his quote, Keith, was, there's not a baseball player that's not superstitious. If they tell you they're not, they're lying.
Good line. He's telling the truth. Absolutely.
And if Randy Wolf believes that the number on his back led to the better performance, well,
might be the shirt you wear underneath your uniform. We used to have a shirt that we passed around when a guy was struggling, say, all right, you got to wear this as your underneath shirt today. You need some knocks.
Swing and a miss. Carpenter strikes out the side in the 6th. Cardinals lead 8-3 as we head to the 7th.
Everyone thinks their baby is the most beautiful. Now you can decide. One baby will win $5,000. Vote now through July 30th at WGNAmerica.com.
Finger and toe area fungal infections require strong medicine. As a pharmacist, I recommend Fungicure.
Fungicure liquid eliminates fungus around nails with powerful antifungal medicine. Just brush it on. It's clear and dries in a snap. Fungicure, the finger and toe fungi specialist.
From Wagner comes a revolution in power painting. Optimus dual tip technology with a more refined spray pattern here. This dual tip design delivers better paint coverage here, superior control here, and a beautiful finish here. all of which adds more to life out here. The new Optimus Power Painter with dual tip technology only from Wagner. And now, Wagner brings you the first and only cordless power painter with Optimus technology at Lowe's for just $169.
Roundup Extended Control does 2 jobs at once. 1. Kills weeds to the root. 2. Forms a barrier, preventing new ones for up to 4 months. Roundup Extended Control.
Hello? In here.
Well, this is new.
I'm working on my digestive health. What you eating?
Yo Plus. It's a yogurt for digestive health. It's delicious. Here. Blackberry pomegranate.
Honey, I can't find my hand.
Yo Plus has the special combination of fiber, plus special cultures, plus the delicious taste of YoPlay.
Now the Bud Light Fan Camp. Today, the Lefty Soul Connection featuring Flomega with Here Comes the Girls. Come the girls. Today's Bud Light Fan Camp with just the right taste that never fills you up. The difference is drinkability. Jarrett Hoffpower is going to bat for the starting pitcher, Chris Carpenter. It's 8-3 Cardinals here in the 7th. We keep getting conflicting reports on whether Jarrett is related to Micah Hoffpower of the Cubs. It says in the Cardinal game notes, no relation to Michael, as Jeff Samardzija now in on the mound. Micah wasn't totally sure. He said maybe a distant relative. But here he is, another Hoffpower in the majors. Jarrett. He's an infielder. Takes a strike. 3-1. Ball 4. Walks have been a problem for the Cubs pitching today.
They struggle with the strike zone, there's no doubt. One intentional walk to Pujols. And then the 3 last inning. Leadoff walk here again.
Ryan has reached twice, a walk and a single in 3 trips to the plate. And scored a run in the 6th. Well, Harden gave up 4 runs, so did Heilman, but only 1 inning for Aaron Heilman today. And now Ryan will chat with Jose Oquendo. Like a missed sign, possibly. Tony doesn't look thrilled right now, does he?
He did not look thrilled right there.
How are your managers with missed signs?
Usually cost you money. Some would cost you playing time if you were not an everyday player.
Ryan couldn't pull it back in time. 2 strikes.
That was definitely a missed sign because of the fact he turns around and bunts on the next pitch. Definitely La Russa had given the bunt. He did not see it. We'll have another conversation.
Al McRae, the hitting coach with La Russa. Jose Oquendo's already had, I think, 3 separate conversations with one of the Cardinal hitters, 2 in this at bat with Brendan Ryan, who may want to, if he doesn't get this down, go to the other end of the dugout. He does get it down, and Samardzij's throw will go to the second baseman, Fontenot, and it's not in time. He bounced the throw, and the Cubs defense has abandoned them. That's a sacrifice for Ryan and an error on Jeff Samardzij.
Well, that time Samardzij tried to lob it to first base as he got to the ball, and as he did, Fontenot there had to come off. His left foot came off the bag. Actually, I believe he beat it before his foot came off the bag. We get a chance to see it on the replay. And Fontenot trying to keep his foot there and catch it. Boy, tie goes to the runner. Runners at first and second after the sacrifice. I'm not sure if they gave him an E1 on it or not. They did.
Sacrifice for Ryan and then the error on Jeff. So that's 2 errors the last 2 innings on the Cubs. And then you had the drop fly ball by Soriano that was not an error because they did get an out. And we know that Lou Piniella is a guy who likes runs, and when his offense is not scoring, even if the team is winning, he's not thrilled. But I think even worse than that for any manager is sloppy defense. And Lou will not be real happy with this, what he's seen today. Got a piece of the bat, and it's foul.
Well, sometimes defense can actually get your offense going. Somebody make a nice running catch. Fukudomi with one in the gap earlier. You felt like, well, maybe that's a big play. But sometimes defense sets the tone of what you do offensively, because now you all of a sudden you look up and you're chasing a bunch of runs, which changes your at-bats. So it all works together.
Oh, 0-2. Samardzij needs a strikeout. Count holding on Schumacher. Well, this is a Cardinal offense. It's good enough as it is. They certainly don't need any help. Kicks away and got a shot at first. They're going to get Ryan caught up, and Derek's now going to fire to third. Safe. No, he got him. He overslid the bag. Boy, almost a mistake there by the Cubs as Hoffpauir beat the throw, but he overslid third base, and they do get the out.
Well, there are times Derek Lee, an outstanding first baseman, spent too long running Brendan Ryan back towards second base before he decided to go to third. Sometimes you got to get the out. Time he set his feet, fired to throw. Hoffpauir was by the bag, but when he tried to get back, tagged out. That's a big out. You're right. You were looking for a strikeout, but at least got an out.
Brendan Ryan kind of forced the play there because he got too far off of first base, and he realized Hoffpauir was going to have to retreat.
Nice job by Ramirez too to keep the tag there. I mean, because it very easily, he could have swept, knew he was there too quick, and relaxed, stayed down there, stayed on him, got the tag out.
Two and 2 on Schumacher. Blackhawks all-star defenseman Brian Campbell will conduct the 7th inning stretch coming up.
He's got that right color hair. Brian does.
You like that, huh?
I do like that.
Yeah.
I knew he was just like me. He had to get tough or die. That's what you have to do when you're red-headed.
Kindred spirits. Keith Moreland and Brian Campbell. Base hit left field. Ryan stopping at third. So they threaten again, and while we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
Out of Sight Retro Night, Sunday night, starting at 5 East, 2 West on WGN America.
First and third for Rasmus. Been hearing about Colby Rasmus for several years. Cardinals' top prospect according to Baseball America. The last 3 seasons. Now in the major leagues and leading all National League rookies in homers and RBIs. Batting right in front of Albert Pujols.
Well, you know he's going to score a bunch of runs hitting in front of Pujols. The other thing, watching him, he does a nice job. He doesn't try to do too much. I believe his home runs probably come from the fact that he stays inside of it, stays on the ball a long time.
Strike 3 as he swung through it. 2 outs. In that situation again, Keith. Pujols coming up with runners on base as we see the Samardzija strikeout.
Well, I think you look at the scoreboard now, and I think you will see Jeff go right at Albert. 8-3 ball game. I think this is the chance when you do go ahead and say, here it is.
He has only batted 1 time all day with nobody on base. That was leading off an inning, the 5th, and he hit a go-ahead home run. Straightaway center, got a ball up into the wind, and it just got into the basket over Reed Johnson.
I say go right at him now. You're 2-0. I'm not sure you go at him 2-0 because he can dead look red right here.
Bounce to third. That backs up Ramirez. Again, a rare chance for him this week, and he throws out Pujols. Here comes Brian Campbell with a stretch.
After the ball game is Chicago Blackhawk Brian Campbell.
All right, Cubs fans, let's hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, for it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's lecture out at the old ball game. Let's get some runs, Cubbies.
That hits the spot. It's drinkability. Means Bud Light is good wherever you are. If you're at a party, or playing golf, like those guys, or at the bar. Draw another door. Don't say draw.
Never filling, always refreshing. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
7 aces.
WWE Superstars.
The unbelievable high-flying Rey Mysterio.
WWE Superstars. Expect everything.
Who's the most beautiful baby?
Look at you.
Smile for Daddy.
Oh, you're so cute.
All right, give me a big smile.
Who's my little pumpkin pie?
My witty bagel boo.
Everyone thinks their baby is the most beautiful. Now you can decide. Vote for your favorite, and one beautiful baby will win $5,000. But hurry, voting ends July 30th. Go to WGNAmerica.com now.
This is the cutest baby ever.
Yes, you are.
Right-hander Kyle McClellan, the first reliever out of the Cardinal bullpen. They lead 8-3 in the bottom of the 7th. Blackhawks all-star defenseman Brian Campbell is with us in the booth. Samardzija got out of a jam in the top of the 7th. So 37th appearance for McClellan. Brian, nicely done.
Yeah.
Good to see you. And I was going to say how you're enjoying your off season, but it's quickly dwindling.
Yeah, I've been here in Chicago for a couple weeks. Going to stay another week for the convention next week. I'm loving it being here. So I've just been working out at the United Center and you know, just getting more comfortable with the city. It's been a lot of fun.
It's a great place to be all year round, particularly in the summer when you have some downtime. 1-2 to Johnson is bounced in front of the plate, and a short off season means a deep playoff run, so that's good.
Yeah, no, it's I've had that before, Len, and it's what you want and what you play for, and you know, you got to get your rest now and get back ready, because next year the expectations are really high for all of us.
Ooh, they caught the knob of the bat of Reed Johnson.
Ryan, that's where I was going to go. The expectations at a level when you do as well as y'all did in 2008 and 2009 as y'all's year go over from one year to the next. What do you feel like the expectations are for 2009, 2010?
I think there's one and only, and that's winning the cup for us. I think the organization's done a great job in putting that in place for us to do, and that's why guys want to come here, and that's what you play for. And a lot of teams, you know, you're not in that situation, but here in Chicago we are, and you know, we're excited obviously about bringing in a couple, 3 guys from free agency and with a lot of experience. So you know, I want to be here in June and playing hockey.
Johnson with a deep at bat here, 3-2 against Kyle McClellan. You can catch Blackhawks hockey right here on WGN Sports coming up this fall. And I didn't realize John Madden went into retirement now, putting on the skates. No, actually there's another John Madden who's been playing in the NHL for a long time now with the Hawks, and Marian Hossa coming over from the Detroit Red Wings. More on that in a second, but the much anticipated ceremonial first pitch, and there was a little pressure on you after the last time, but you came through, right?
No, it was a lot of fun. Was at the United Center this morning working on it, and managed to get it over the plate and have some fun with that.
Nicely done.
Didn't want to throw up my arm, so.
I like that, though. You wanted to make sure you got it there in the air, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
You guys open up the season in Finland.
Yeah, in Helsinki. I actually played there during the lockout. Great building, and we play the Florida Panthers there twice. I think it's like a back-to-back game before we come back home. So hopefully it's a good time for us to gel even more as a group and have some fun.
Terrio fouls it back, but in terms of those guys you brought in, Hossa certainly stands out. Can play both ways, and I have a feeling you're going to pick up a few assists on Marian Hossa goals coming up.
Yeah, I won't mind that at all. I'll be looking for him. He's a big target to hit. So he scored 40 last year. He's done it before. He's made me look silly before when he was in, especially when he was in Ottawa, when I played him quite a bit. So he's a big guy, more size to our team, and obviously John Madden's won a bunch of cups too, so it's good.
Pujols will take this one unassisted. The last time, well, I don't know if you've been, I think you might have come to a couple games here this year, but you were on this field playing hockey, the Winter Classic. And it was a little colder, but it ended up being a really nice day here at the ballpark. The day before, you guys were out in the sun, right? And that would have been a little weird because I guess the glare was unbelievable.
Yeah, guys were using different, trying to use a tinted shield and everything. The ice was pretty bad that day, but it was pretty good for the game. So, you know, it's fun. I think they did a great job displaying it, and obviously putting the bricks around the fake bricks around the boards and everything. You know, it's a good time to celebrate with everybody and have fun with that.
One strike on Kosuke Fukudome. So cool to see players from both teams going into the dugouts during the intermissions and fans asking for sticks and pucks. It's Kind of like a baseball game where you get a broken bat. Instead, this time it was hockey sticks.
Yeah. Did you stay warm, Len?
I did, actually. I had bleacher tickets, and I got invited into the Cubs box, and so we were along the first base line, and we had a great view, and we were able to walk inside every 20 minutes or so, which definitely helped.
Yeah.
Fukudome hits it foul off to the left. So what do you do for fun when you're not working out at the United Center?
Play a little golf. I'm going to come to the game again tomorrow, and I love coming here, so it's a lot of fun. And you know, just got a new residence here in Chicago, so I'm trying to get that in order. So it's been good.
This will be caught by Rasmus to end the inning. Brian Campbell, what a great year, and as you said, it's Cup time in 09-2010.
Definitely. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Yep. A lot of people don't know it, but it is possible to void your diploma. And the winner of the Jerry Lewis Award
Yeah. May your hands always be busy. May your feet always be swift. And may you have a strong foundation when the winds of change shift. And may your heart always be joyful. And may your song always be sung. Sing it. May you stay forever young. May you stay.
Every generation refreshes the world. Pepsi, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball.
On nights when Dad works late, we'll treat ourselves a bit at Olive Garden.
Ooh, breadsticks.
It's a chance for us to catch up. So is Donna still in the picture?
Maybe.
Enjoy Olive Garden's new chicken crostata, grilled marinated chicken breast with our tomato Alfredo sauce. Or new steak crostata, grilled steak medallions with a 4 cheese sauce, both with crispy Asiago cheese crostatas and unlimited salad and breadsticks.
So is this serious?
Yeah, this is seriously good.
Oh.
Olive Garden, when you're here, you're family.
Great choice. I don't know what that means, but if you were to lose your job for some reason, the Sears Buyer Protection Program would cover your purchase until you're working again or your appliance is paid off. You know, should you lose your job.
The Sears Buyer Protection Program. One more way we've got you covered when you use your Sears card. Come in now and save 15% on all appliances. Sears, life well spent.
8th inning. Keith Moreland, Len Casper, and our WGN Sports crew from the friendly confines of Wrigley Field. It's been a tough day for the Cubs. They did get back to even in the third on a home run by Derek Lee, but since then 5 unanswered runs by St. Louis. And a called strike on Ludwig. 1-1. Samardzija in his second inning of work had to work around a leadoff walk, his throwing error, and a single to get out of the 7th with no damage.
Top part of the order, Lynn, has just been magnificent. They've scored 6 of the 8 runs. They have 7 of the 10 hits. It's been fantastic.
Been a lot of action as the Cubs pitchers have not yet worked a 1-2-3 inning. Closest was the 4th when Harden worked around a leadoff walk to the pitcher. 3-2 the count. And ball 4. Well, we have a chance. Let's take a look at our high-def shot of the game, sponsored by Comcast. Most of the observers here today paid to get in, but not that individual. Pretty good seat on one of the guy wires here at Wrigley Field. Cubs baseball in high definition, sponsored by Comcast. Terrio backpedaling and making the catch for the out. So Ankiel retired. Well, you're never out of a game, especially with a wind blowing out here, and the Cubs have 6 outs to work with. But if they can't come back this afternoon, they'll rely on their all-star tomorrow, Ted Lilly. who loves pitching in this ballpark. He's been really good at Wrigley Field.
Makes the weekend difficult to drop the first of 4. You know you're going to get the weather's supposed to be nice over the next couple of days, and you're leading into the break. A couple of down in the loss column to the Cardinals if the Cubs can't come back.
Well, one thing that, and this is my 5th year here, that I love about Cubdom and the passion the fans have for this team is that emotional roller coaster that you go on throughout the 6 months. There's a double play ball. 4-6-3. We'll have more time to get into that. In the bottom of the 8th as Samardzija has worked 2 scoreless innings today. 8-3 St. Louis.
Here's another 90ism with Natty Light. Today's word is catastrophe.
Catastrophe, the unfortunate loss or destruction of one's natty light. As in, once Bill took his eyes off the prize and put them on Natalie, the party turned into a complete catastrophe.
Natty Light. Now you're talking.
Yeah, no, it's great. I eat anything that I want. Key lime pie, pineapple upside down cake, raspberry cheesecake. Yeah, every night something different. Oh yeah, she always keeps them in the house. No, I've actually lost weight. I just have a high metabolism or something. Lucky.
Babe?
I gotta go.
28 delicious flavors at around 100 calories each. YoPlay. It is so good.
Hey, hon.
Hey, Dad, look what I drew today.
Wow. Hey, wait a minute. Why doesn't Daddy have a blizzard?
The Girl Scout cookie blizzard. You're a boy.
Honey, it's not a big deal.
It's easy for you to say. You already have a blizzard. Here.
You're being a child.
No, don't hit me by blizzard.
Everybody wants one. The new Girl Scouts Tag-Along Blizzard. Creamy DQ soft serve and real pieces of peanut butter cookies. And now try our new Sweet Deals value menu.
Hey, what's up? It's Rick Dees, and turn on your TV. No. It's Out of Sight Retro Night. Sundays only on WGN America.
Time now to look at today's AM/PM Player of the Game. Derek Lee continuing his hot homestand with an opposite field game-tying 3-run homer. The only offense, unfortunately, for the Cubs today. But Derek Lee, once again, our AM/PM Player of the Game. D. Lee, too much. Good stuff. And he's going to lead off the bottom of the 8th. Cubs turning a double play to end the top of the inning. Yadier Molina barely got out of the batter's box. He kind of conceded that the inning was going to end.
He did. Double play was turned. He was not halfway down the line and did not continue. Made a quick right turn into the Cardinal dugout.
Jason Mott, hard thrower, is in. A lot going on here with Jason Mott. Our friend Al Hrabosky can relate. He had quite a pre-pitch routine when he closed games in the 70s for the Cardinals. Thanks to Al for joining us during the rain delay. But there's a lot going on here with Jason Mott.
He does. He's got a lot of different things he's doing. The interesting one is when he scratches the back of his head after every pitch.
This is Ryan looking for some help. He'll get it from Rasmus. And 1 out. Just to finish up the point earlier, Keith, that, you know, again, the passion of Cub fans who ride that roller coaster every single day. They just care so much. But as a player, how does that affect what you do? I mean,
well, emotionally,
fans want players to care like they do, and they do, but you got to ride that even keel, right?
You're right. The better player, the older you get as a player, you understand that the lows are never as low as everybody thinks. This ball hit like a rocket right at the second baseman Schumacher. Again, the Cubs have hit the ball squared up a few times, but have not been able to get base hits. But getting back, you can't allow the highs to be too high and the lows to be too low. As soon as you do, then it becomes a part of your game, and it affects the way you go about playing the game.
Well, they're really getting on Alfonso Soriano. They dropped that fly ball earlier, 0 for 2 at the plate with a walk, and as positive a guy and as fun as Soriano is in the clubhouse, there's no question this has to affect him. And as you know, it's about production here. It's about effort, all those things. And they'll be back on his side when he does something positive, but it's been a while since he's come up with a big hit. And I think the defense is also the reason why people are getting on him. That is fair, so Soriano's going to double here as he slides in safely.
Well, sometimes that very well may be the at-bat. You never know in this game when one at-bat changes, and all of a sudden the next day you come out, you get a hit the first time up tomorrow. It very well could be that could be the mark that changes. You never know in this game. Sometimes we talked about you feel like you're never going to get another base hit. Maybe too little too late in this ball game, but there is tomorrow. That's the great thing about baseball, is there's always tomorrow.
We should note, in terms of the game-winning RBIs on the Cubs, Soriano leads the team with 7. Now, a lot of those came early on, but also 10 go-ahead RBIs on the year. It's been a while since he's homered. It's been over a month. He has reached twice today on a double and a walk. Fontenot fouled that off his foot. 1 ball, 1 strike.
There's not anything as a hitter that hurts worse than that right there. Sometimes you'd rather get hit by a pitch than you'd have had to drive one down off the top of your foot. You do not want to step back in the box, and you want to do it quickly because the game at times can be slow anyway.
Called strike on a fastball. 1-2. Off the plate inside. Shane Victorino and Brandon Inge grabbing those extra spots via the internet vote on the All-Star teams. First time on the team for both guys. Injured center fielder for the Mets, Carlos Beltran, as Fontenot strikes out to end the inning. Not in the game, so Jason Worth of the Phillies will replace him. 8-3 Cardinals.
You know, I hate Chinese checkers, but I love French fries. I hate Belgian waffles, love German shepherds. Can't stand English muffins. Here's a real puzzler. Hate Danish cheese, love cheese Danish.
Oh, I hate it when he's like that.
What, smug?
No, breathing.
Basically, it's about symmetry.
I'm good.
Be honest here, I mean. Fuck it. I'm good.
My bad. I'm good. I'm the man!
I'm good. Ready? No.
Men can take anything.
I'm good.
Except the taste of Diet Cola. Until now, Pepsi Max, the first Diet Cola for men.
This is good.
Welcome to Progressive.com. You must be looking for motorcycle insurance.
You're good.
Thanks. So is our bike insurance. All the coverage you need at a great price.
Cool.
Hold on, cowboy. I'm not done. For less than $1 a month, you also get 24/7 roadside assistance.
Right on.
Yeah.
Sounds like you ran a 500.
More like a 900 V-twin.
Excuse me.
Well, you're excused.
The right insurance for your ride. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
In this economy, we just can't afford a vacation.
I can help, but you must say exactly what I say, exactly how I say it. Honey, I just got a great deal at a 4-star hotel.
Priceline.
There's never been a better time to
Name your own price.
and save up to half off.
Sweet lips.
We can afford that. But why are you speaking that way?
I guess I'm just speaking
The language of the deal.
Well, this is the Major League debut of right-hander Jeff Stevens. A very good ERA, an 0-3 record. Couple of saves at AAA Iowa. And he is up here. Kevin Hart optioned back to AAA. Stevens came over from Cleveland in the Mark DeRosa deal in the offseason.
It's always the most fun thing to do. Every player that plays Major League Baseball or gets the opportunity remembers that first swing, first at bat, first game. Young man will make his debut as he steps up here in the ninth. The Cubs need 3 outs and need 5 to tie in the bottom.
Jeff throws a four-seam fastball. His breaking pitch is a curveball. And he's 1-0 on third baseman Joe Thurston. Chris Duncan will bat for Mott. He's on deck. Stevens, a 6th-round pick of the Cincinnati Reds in 2005 out of Loyola Marymount University. He was born in Berkeley, California. That's driven deep, sending Fukudome out toward the 368, and he makes a grab on the track and on the run.
Another nice catch. Has got a good jump. Able to get to it. This ball hit well, right on the button. Nice first step. Fukudome with a nice running catch. Takes away extra bases. First.
Here is Chris Duncan as a pinch hitter. Jeffrey Allen Stevens, 25 years old. .6'2", 205-pound righty. Deals a strike on a curveball, 1-1.
Four-seamer with the fastball and a good overhand breaking ball. Strikes with the curveball, important to his repertoire.
Birds are all lined up. Like I was at a Hitchcock movie there for a second. Terrio calling and catching. 2 down.
They start coming in our booth, then I'll start looking for Alfred.
I think we're safe for now.
We're safe right now.
Hey, Cub fans, Len and Bob's baseball blog has joined ChicagoNow.com. From now on, you can find the same great content from Len and Bob's blog at ChicagoNow.com/Len and Bob, as well as WGNTV.com. I have a post on the blog today. Wanted to get your Keith Moreland memories. We'll talk about on Sunday from his time with the Cubs back in the 80s. Game notes from our friends at StatsInc. Much more. Check it out. WGNTV.com or ChicagoNow.com. And look for the link to Len and Bob's blog. 1-1 on Ryan. Skips away from Coy Hill. Cubs are expected to make a roster move tomorrow before the game to replace Giovanni Soto, who will be put on the disabled list with a strained oblique. Three and 1.
Just hadn't been able to get through this injury bug.
That's off Stevens, and it kicks to Terrio. Looks like Stevens is all right. It'll go 1-6-3 as he works a 1-2-3 Major League debut.
A lot of people don't know it, but it is possible to void your diploma. And the winner of the Jerry Lewis Award
you can settle down. You can fire it up. You can tune it in, but it's still not summer until you bring it out. Bud Light Lime. Superior drinkability. Ultimate refreshment. A splash of 100% natural lime flavor. One taste and you'll find the summer state of mind. Bud Light Lime.
It basically took me the whole summer. And I don't know how many times I needed to go to AutoZone, but at least now when I go, it's not on my bike.
Hey, hon.
Hey, Dad, look what I drew today.
Wow. Hey, wait a minute. Why doesn't Daddy have a blizzard?
The Girl Scout cookie blizzard. You're a boy.
Honey, it's not a big deal.
It's easy for you to say. You already have a blizzard. There.
You're being a child.
No, get me my blizzard.
Everybody wants one. The new Girl Scouts Tag-Along Blizzard. Creamy DQ soft serve and real pieces of peanut butter cookies. And now try our new Sweet Deals value menu.
Well, partner, the best feeling in the world is a successful Major League debut. The second best feeling is right after that debut because you can breathe.
You can. You get your breath back. And Derek Lee with a nice job after the 1-2-3 inning. Reached up, took the ball back across the diamond. Reached up, handed it to him. I guarantee you that will go in a trophy case.
Coy Hill hits the first pitch from Josh Kinney as we start the bottom of the ninth. And Pujols able to get that throw. Just getting to first base to accept it from Skip Schumacher. So one pitch and one out. Micah Hoffpower will bat for Stevens. A little bit like the Mad Hungarian.
It does.
Al Roboski. Well, you put Josh Kinney and Bill Hahn, the umpire, in the same game, you'd think you're watching Deadwood. Pulled foul. If I don't get to it on Sunday, I want to ask you today to give us the Cliff's Notes version of Zonk, your nickname. I'm sure a lot of Cub fans out there would like to know how you became Zonk.
Obviously, the time that I grew up, the middle, Larry Zonk was the best running back in professional football. And in spring training, we used to all hang out at the same place, and it had a water volleyball net, but the net was gone, so we decided to make it a football arena. And you had to dunk the guy with the ball, and they couldn't get me down. So I got a nickname as Zonk. So that's, I often say that you picked the wrong curtain and let's make a deal. But that's not where it came from.
Well, everybody in this game has a nickname, and there are worse ones than that, that's for sure.
Oh, that's true.
Now, was Zonk spelled C-Z-O-N-K or just
Z-O-N-K?
All right. Phonetically, I like it. That splits the gap for Hoffpower. And he's on his way to second base with a pinch hit double. We saw Jarrett Hoffpower earlier for the Cardinals, and now Micah for the Cubs is in scoring position for Reed Johnson.
Nice piece of hitting there. Worked the count well. Got a pitch he could handle. Drove it into the gap. Micah. Got to keep guys ready to go. Bench hitters are so important. Guys that are not playing regular. You've got to keep them used to seeing live pitching where they're not surprised when they get in ball games. Using there and comes up with a nice pinch hit double.
There's Johnson looking for his first hit. Now, Hoffpower learned the ropes in terms of pinch hitting last year from Darrell Ward, who was the Cubs' top left-handed pinch hit specialist for a couple of years.
Hardest job in baseball. Take BP 2.5 hours, 2 hours before the game. You don't play for 2.5 hours. Usually you're facing a guy coming out of the bullpen that's a specialist, and all of a sudden, oh, go get us a big hit. Tough job.
Got by the second base umpire, Dan Bellino, and Schumacher able to field it and throw out Johnson.
Again, another ball hit right on the button by the Cubs today. You look at it, the Cubs 9 base hits on the day. They've hit the ball better than 9 base hits. They just haven't been able to find a hole anywhere. 5th different time you can say that the ball just hit right on the button. Nothing to show for it.
And there's no doubt, as Terrio bats with 2 outs, runner at third, last chance here for the Cubs, that Von Joshua, the hitting coach, is reminding a lot of these guys, keep doing what you're doing today because you did hit the ball hard, and that's all you can do.
Yeah, can't change nothing, and that's what happens to you. Keep going to the plate, keep battling.
Breaking ball is outside. 1-1 to Terrio. The rally sunglasses upside down. Slider for a strike, 1-2. Comes down to their final strike. And a tough go against the Cardinals this year. St. Louis holds on. Would make it 7 out of 10 against the Cubs this season. The pitch. Terrio didn't chase. 2-2.
Nice job by Molina, though, to keep that ball from getting back to the wall and saving a run. Pitchers understand that big time. That's an earned run. Earned run means dollar bills.
We got off to a late start today because of rain. 38 minutes. Cardinals took a 3-0 lead. Cubs tied it. St. Louis then pulling away. Little pop up. It'll become a souvenir. Paid crowd 40,687. Kenny coming back, just missed. 3-2. Kenny coming back from Tommy John surgery in 07. Returned late last year, missed 300 games in the interim. And ball 4, he surrounded the strike zone, but good at bat by Terrio. And the Cubs are still alive. Fukudome coming up.
Well, all of a sudden you look at it, and Tony La Russa out of the dugout on his way to the mound. Fukudome due at the plate, and all of a sudden you just look at it and you go, well, a walk, a bloop, and a blast, and all of a sudden you've got a different game, and La Russa's going to go to the bullpen.
So he is going to go to his all-star closer, Ryan Franklin. Not yet a save spot. Team up 5. Tying run still in the dugout. 8-3 St. Louis.
Musical interlude.
Who can take tomorrow? Spend it all today. Who can take your income and tax it all away? Obama man. Everybody.
Obama man.
Yes, Obama man can. God bless this mess, everybody. Obama man can.
Obama man, ladies and gentlemen.
TV.
Oh, a TV.
Hey, what's up? It's Rick Dees, and turn on your TV.
No.
Sundays to WGN America.
It's starting.
Because we brought back America's favorite show.
Simple
uncluttered television with heart.
We celebrate what makes classic TV classic.
If we're gonna watch anything, it's gotta be something that we agree on.
It's Out of Sight Retro Night.
The calls to the station have been fantastic.
Sundays at 5 East, 2 West, only on WGN America.
Well, you see why Ryan Franklin made the All-Star team. He'll pitch in his home ballpark. ERA under 1. Hasn't given up many hits. Well, you combine the hits and walks and still way less than the innings pitched.
Yeah, 32 2/3 has been outstanding. A guy that has handled guys from both sides of the plate, too, as a right-hander.
Kosuke takes ball 1. Terrio steals second without a throw. No stolen base. Call it defensive indifference.
Us old slow guys wanted those. We wanted those bags.
Franklin leading all major league relievers with his earned run average. He's not given up anything his last 11 games, covering almost 15 innings. Bounce back to Franklin. And he'll toss to Pujols. And the Cardinals take game 1. Cubs failed to score in the 9th, stranding 2 in the final today, and it was all Albert Pujols. 8-3 St. Louis. So Cubs backs against the wall this weekend. Still 3 to go in the series.
Well, you look at it today. Obviously now you're 4.5 back, but you still have a chance to do something. Tomorrow becomes a crucial game because you never look at a doubleheader and think you're going to sweep both ends of it.
So the final today, the Cardinals 8, the Cubs 3. We'll have more from Wrigley Field after this.
If you're taking 8 extra strength Tylenol a day on the days that you have arthritis pain, you could end up taking 4 times the number of pills compared to Aleve. Choose Aleve and you could start taking fewer pills. Just 2 Aleve have the strength to relieve arthritis pain all day.
I'll take care of it. When you have to send money fast, why pay more? It's just $11 with MoneyGram at Walmart. Anywhere in the U.S., and the money arrives in minutes. Just $11.
Save money. Live better. Walmart.
See you tomorrow, Steve.
Tony Stewart. Thank you, Tony.
Tony? Armor All wash, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare. And to clean your car while you shine, try Armor All Protect It.
From Wagner comes a revolution in power painting. Optimus dual tip technology with a more refined spray pattern here. This dual tip design delivers better paint coverage here, superior control here, and a beautiful finish here. All of which adds more to life out here. The new Optimus Power Painter with dual tip technology only from Wagner. And now, Wagner brings you the first and only cordless power painter with Optimus technology at Lowe's for just $169.
WWE Superstars.
My name is Randy Orton.
The most diabolical man in the WWE. Randy Orton is dangerous. Those eyes, that stare, he's almost serpent-like.
Nobody, nothing can stand in my way because I'm the legend killer, Randy Orton.
On WWE Superstars.
Expect everything.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN TV, your official summer baseball station. Brought to you by Bud Light Lime, the drinkability of Bud Light with the refreshing taste of lime. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Dodge dealers. To find the dealer nearest you, visit DodgeRockChicago.com. The Illinois Lottery. Play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. Buy Pepsi. Every generation refreshes the world. Visit refresheverything.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on.
Well, the Cubs have won the division the last 2 years, but the Cardinals serving notice this weekend that they might be the team to beat in this division. They beat the Cubs today 8-3. Chris Carpenter over Rich Harden, 2 hours 57 minutes after a 38-minute rain delay. And Keith, our Budweiser play of the game, Albert Pujols right in the middle of it, leadoff homer in the 5th, and this ended up being a game winner.
If only at bat where there was nobody on base for Pujols the entire game, and he finds a way to get enough of it to get over Reese Johnson's head into the basket in center field. That separated the ball game. The Cubs never scored again.
Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager. Our next WGN broadcast of Cubs baseball will be Sunday when the Cubs host the Cardinals. Game 1 of a day-night doubleheader. We'll be with you at noon Central. Not sure who the Cardinals are going to go with. It'll be Randy Wells in Game 1. Cubs baseball in high definition, sponsored by Comcast. Keith, really enjoyed it today.
Had a blast.
Hopefully get a win on Sunday.
We're going to get a win on Sunday.
8-3 Cardinals, the final. So for Keith and our entire WGN Sports crew, this is Len Casper. Enjoy your Saturday. We'll see you Sunday at noon on WGN.